WNYC, are we ready? Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council preliminary budget hearing on fire and emergency management. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to fiscal 2026 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management. My name is Joanne Ariola and I am the Chair of Fire and Emergency Management. Today we will review the Fire Department and New York City Emergency Management's fiscal 2026 budgets to understand how they address the needs of all New Yorkers. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Fire Department for their sacrifices over the past year. The frontline responses of EMTs, paramedics, firefighters are on display every day because of their direct life-saving actions. Our city is a safer place. The Fire Department's EMS and firefighters are known as New York's best and bravest, and I believe those nicknames are aptly given. I would also like to thank the members of the New York City Emergency Management Team. They have been working incredibly long hours to assist in New York City's response, performing a job that they often did not get enough credit for, and a job that they were not, it was not in your job description to do. The Fire Department's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget totals $2.6 billion with funding for 17,177 positions. The department's fiscal 2026 budget has undergone moderate changes in the preliminary financial plan, increasing by $6.94 million since adoption. The plan includes 4 new needs for the department FDNY in fiscal 2025, totaling $104 million. The Fire Department's fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital commitment plan totals $1.1 billion with funding for 332 distinct projects. During our hearing today, the committee would like to discuss the department's new needs in the current fiscal plan. This includes the additional $72 million for personal service costs, including additional funding for overtime expenses, and $29 million in various OTPS adjustments. The committee would like to revisit these items and others, such as the recent Chalmers settlement, EMS pay parity, and the department's increasing reliance on overtime. We would also like to discuss fire safety inspections, increasing wait times for fire emergencies, and the ongoing lithium-ion battery situation. Over the past year, the committee has held oversight hearings on a wide range of topics, including hearings on the city's efforts to improve ambulance response times, the department's response and preparedness to flash flooding events, and most recently a hearing regarding the department's response and to the preparedness for wildfires. While these hearings were not necessarily budget hearings, as we all know, we often need to spend money to get results. And that's exactly why we're here today, to make sure money is being spent on the FDNY and emergency management so that you can get the results that we need so that our city can be safer. I would like to thank our committee staff for their hard work, financial analyst Tanvir Singh, unit head Aliyah Ali, committee counsel Josh Kingsley, political analyst, policy analyst William Hangash, and my chief of staff Phyllis Cirillo. I would like to welcome Commissioner Tucker. It is your first committee hearing before this committee, and we think that you're doing, I think, that you're doing an amazing job, and you've brought a lot of positive change to the department in the short time that you've been made the commissioner, and I look forward to working with you closely in the future. I'd like to thank our firefighters, our EMTs, paramedics, and the department's civilian staff for the work that they do. I'm looking forward to hearing from the commissioner. The committee council will now swear you in. Before that, I just want to recognize that we've been joined by, is Christy here? Council Member Zhuang, Council Member Schulman, and that's all thus far. So I turn to committee council so that you can be sworn in.
You should read the names of the
Mm-hmm. We're joined today by Commissioner Robert Tucker, First Deputy Commissioner Mark Gara, Deputy Commissioner Lizette Krisoff, Chief of the Department John Esposito, Chief of Fire Operations, Kevin Woods. Chief of EMS, Michael Fields. Associate Commissioner, Mefasa Noonan.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can you just raise your right hand and just affirm the following, that you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, to answer honestly to council member questions? Just recognize you do say that. Go ahead. Thank you.
So we're going to just put a hold on that for one moment because Chair Schulman, CM Schulman is part of another budget hearing today. So she will just like to make a statement so she can get to the next budget hearing.
Yes, thank you for the accommodation, Chair Ariola, and I want to welcome everybody from the Fire Department, Commissioner Tucker. I want to echo the Chair's remarks about everyone in the Fire Department, EMS. I am going to ask, I know that there are representatives from the Mayor's office here, but I'm going to ask in your testimony and also with the questions that you be as honest as possible with us about the resources that you need. I know of some specifically in my district that I'm going to try and help to fund. And also, I used to work at the Emergency Medical Service on the administrative side, and there needs to be some kind of parity done for them because we want to make them all one big family. So with that, I apologize for this, but the budget meeting I'm in is with the speaker, and so I want to make sure that we're able to get the resources we need for you guys. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CM Schulman. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair Ariola and the members of the Fire and Emergency Management Committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity today to discuss the preliminary budget for New York City Fire Department for fiscal year 26. It is a great honor to be in this chair as the 35th New York City Fire Commissioner. 2024 was a strong year for the Fire Department. While the Fire Department faced increases in both fire and emergency medical service calls, the FDNY's dedication to fire prevention, education, and outreach saved lives. Fire-related fatalities decreased by 25% compared to the prior year. We also saw a significant reduction, 67% of deaths related to fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. Even one death is too many, but through the tireless work of EMS personnel and firefighters, 2024 was a safer year for New Yorkers. We've been working with members of the council for the last few years on measures to reduce the harm from fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. In 2023, the city experienced 18 fatalities related to this threat. I'm proud to report that in 2024, that number fell to 6. This positive outcome is the result of numerous proactive steps that we took to address this issue. This included frequent outreach and safety messaging, aggressive inspections and enforcement, and a targeted $1 million advertising campaign. We launched the FDNY Lithium-Ion Battery Task Force, which inspected nearly 600 e-bike shops in 2024 alone. That's a 25% increase over the inspections from 2023. Members of the task force, including our fire prevention inspectors and members of the Bureau of Fire Investigations, our fire marshals, issued 426 FDNY summonses, 138 violation orders, 32 criminal summonses, and in the most egregious cases, worked with our partners at the Department of Buildings to vacate 7 dangerous buildings. We're still seeing a large number of fires caused by lithium-ion batteries, but our safety messaging is getting through, and we're seeing safer behavior from New Yorkers who use these devices. More people are charging and storing their devices outdoors when possible. Yesterday, I declared 2025 Fire Prevention Year in New York City to mark the 100th anniversary of National Fire Prevention Week. In conjunction, I announced the release of community risk profiles for all 59 community boards in the city, which provide a detailed analysis of each neighborhood's emergency preparedness and vulnerability to fire incidents. Over the course of the year, we will focus on the top 100 most fire-prone blocks of the city, providing personalized fire safety education to residents on those blocks, including door-to-door outreach, community events, and awareness campaign. This is a team effort, though, and I know that our partners here at the council will help us fight these challenges together. We will do everything possible to help keep communities safe. Many of the council members here today have hosted FDNY fire safety presentations in your districts. Fire and life safety outreach was a top priority for the fire department in 2024, and it will continue to be in 2025. The Fire Safety Education Unit is comprised of active duty members who are specially trained to conduct community outreach and educate the public with critical life-saving strategies. They focus on fire prevention and perform a variety of targeted presentations tailored to the audience of each respective presentation. In 2024, the Fire Safety Education Team conducted roughly 3,200 presentations for more than 500,000 New Yorkers. This represented a 37% increase over the previous year. We also have a variety of active mobile cardiopulmonary resuscitation units. In this unit, FDNY EMTs and paramedics teach New Yorkers from every corner of the city to perform compressions-only CPR. We've heard numerous stories about members of the public training on CPR in one of our programs and then successfully using the skills that they've learned to save a life in their own communities. One example that we like to cite took place in 2023, when 2 students from the FDNY High School in Brooklyn encountered a friend's family member who was unresponsive and gasping for air. Putting their CPR training into use, the students worked together to perform chest compressions, contact 911, and keep the patient alive while EMS responded and transported the patient to the hospital. These efforts, which are carried out in partnership with the FDNY Foundation, assist New Yorkers while helping themselves and their neighbors. You never know when you might be put in a situation to save a life, and I would encourage everyone to participate in a mobile CPR program. I invite you to contact us to schedule fire safety and CPR events, as well as to schedule fire and EMS recruiting demonstrations for members of your committee. We are always looking for New Yorkers to join the FDNY, and we need your help. We had successes in the area of recruiting and retention in 2024. The firefighter recruitment campaign, which wrapped up last fall, resulted in approximately 34,000 individuals filing to take the firefighter exam. The data-driven, targeted campaign, which we called All Heroes Welcome, was a comprehensive outreach program to reach potential firefighter candidates from every area of New York City. We advertised in 10 languages using online and social media resources, traditional media such as radio and key community newspapers, as well as an aggressive advertising push on the transit system throughout the city. Of course, our most valuable recruitment asset was our own members. And for the firefighter campaign, we had an impressive group of active duty firefighters who spoke at schools, houses of worship, community meetings, career fairs, colleges, and block parties. I want to thank the council for partnering with us on this important campaign. A number of council members held events in their districts or helped us promote events that we were hosting. I'm encouraged by the fact that 8% of the filers were women. Recruiting for civil service exams is a process, and we know from previous cycles how important it is to keep our candidates interested and prepared, from taking the written exam to completing necessary physical testing and being sure that they enter the academy in shape and ready to train. We use a variety of tools to engage candidates, including mobile academies, online and in-person information sessions, tutorials, workout sessions, outreach from mentors and fraternal organizations, and persistent communication to continue pushing them from one step of the process to the next. We also had a very strong cycle for emergency medical technicians. We had our sights on a goal of 3,000 potential candidates, and ultimately we have signed up 3,500. A majority of those test takers signed up to enter the FDNY EMS trainee program. These candidates will go through 16 weeks of paid training at the EMS Academy and become New York State certified EMTs. At a time when the entire country is facing difficulties in recruiting for EMS, we are literally creating our own new EMTs. Another positive development for the department was the recent promotion of Deputy Chief Michelle Fitzsimmons. After beginning her career with the department in 2001, Deputy Chief Fitzsimmons is now the highest-ranking female fire officer in FDNY history. Her promotion shatters the glass ceiling for women everywhere, and it is an important reminder that promotional opportunities in the FDNY know no limits. She's a model for women and girls everywhere who will look to the path that she created to see themselves rising through the ranks of the FDNY. A new challenge that we faced this fall was the great proliferation of brush fires. Fighting brush fires is not new or unusual to the FDNY, but in late 2024, a prolonged drought and persistent dry conditions led to drastic increases over a short period of time. To give you a sense of that increase, we had roughly 120 brush fires in October and November of 2023. The number more than quadrupled to over 500 fires over the same period of time in 2024. We were proactive in our efforts to combat this surge, launching the department's first ever brush fire task force. We used innovative approaches to keep the city safe, deploying drone teams to assist fire operations at active fires as well as in a preventive capacity, scouting areas of potential fires to ensure efficient responses is important, and we're doing that. We were fortunate that these fires didn't cost lives of any New Yorkers and were mostly contained to isolated areas and did not cause widespread damage to buildings or homes. We continue to learn from our experience here and from the experience of our counterparts in Los Angeles and other parts of the country. As with any challenge the FDNY faces, I have every confidence that our members will learn and improve and continue to keep New York City safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'd just like to say that I really commend you for your on-the-ground approach for the fire department and in how we call it, leading from the front. You are on the ground in firehouses, talking with firefighters, talking with EMS workers, meeting with leadership, and I think that that's the way to go, and it's refreshing because I don't think we've had this in the past. But now that you've had the position for over 6 months, what are your primary objectives for the department for your first year?
I think we're meeting several of the primary objectives. The first objective, obviously, is to keep our members safe and to keep New York City residents safe, and we are working hard to do that in many ways. I also wanted to take a CEO's look at the FDNY, coming from the business community for 25 years. And we have done a very, very thorough look at the FDNY from A to Z. And we've identified areas that are working really well, and we've identified areas that need more attention, and we're giving that attention where required. So I think we're on a good track thus far. It's 214 days into it, and I feel like we've established a very solid team, many of whom are here today, and I thank them for their support.
Yeah, I would agree. 100% retention is key. So you had mentioned the testing that's coming up for both EMTs and firefighters. So what is the expected timeline for the upcoming firefighter EMS academies, and will there be any delays because of fiscal constraints?
We don't anticipate any delays, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Noonan to give you the stats on that. Nafisa? Red is
Can you
on.
hear me now? Thank you. We don't anticipate any delays. For EMS specifically, we plan to hold 3 EMS training classes as well as 3 fire classes for fiscal year '26. We are on track to fill those classes. We have been focusing on making sure that we are ramping up on our recruitment efforts for EMS because we know that that has been a challenge in the past. And as the Commissioner mentioned, we did pretty well this past winter, this current winter, our numbers, and we are working on focusing on reducing attrition there, right? So not letting much time lag there, making sure that we are reviewing people, getting them past their physical exams and into the hiring process. So we have a class coming up this spring and then another class this fall that we feel confident that we'll be able to fill fully.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed, even on social media, that there has been a real push for recruitment and notification of tests coming up and preparation classes that are being given. I see that all over social media, and kudos to you again, something that we haven't seen in the past. I know that you had said that was it Heroes for All? Is that what it was called?
All heroes welcome.
All heroes welcome. So I think that really speaks to the diversity issue that has always come up when it comes to the fire department. So Heroes for All mean that everyone is welcome to take the test, to pass the test, to become a firefighter, to become an emergency medical technician, to become a paramedic. So, and you said 8% of the filers were women. Can you give me percentages on other demographics?
Sure. In terms of filers, we saw 4% Asian, 25% Black, and 27% Hispanic. We saw about 35% of our filers were white. We are now in the process of administering the exam, so we will see where those numbers land at the end of the examination period.
And you also, I was going to ask about mentorship programs, but you spoke to that in your testimony. So my next question is, does the department employ any part-time or per diem EMTs? If not, how can that help in the staffing issues in EMS currently?
At the present time, no, we don't employ any per diem EMTs. As I said, we are really reviewing the emergency medical service from all angles, and all options are on the table to make certain that we can provide the best pre-hospital care to the people of the city of New York. And so we're thinking in the box, we're thinking out of the box, and we're working with the support of the mayor and City Hall to be as creative as possible to make sure that New Yorkers, when they call 911, get the pre-hospital care they need.
Yeah, I think that your CEO approach to this is very unique, and I think that it works. It worked for Bloomberg when he was first elected, in continuing the good work that then his predecessor had done, and taking the CEO approach is really, I think that will work. So I know I couldn't do anything without my staff. The staff is tantamount to what I can get done, and I always say I make the promises and they make sure it's kept. So how has the reduction of civilian headcount in the department affected the department?
First of all, on the critical emergency services that we provide to the New Yorkers, there's no impact. We are always going to staff our fire engines with the minimum manning required, and there's no doubt that that will happen 365 days a year, so be assured that public safety is not in jeopardy. On headcount generally, where we are down, what I could say is that, particularly in our Bureau of Fire Prevention, we are sometimes slower at getting the job done, but we get the job done nevertheless. I would like to get, I'm working very closely with the budget director, and the city has authorized a new set of promotions on the uniform side that's coming in April for lieutenants and captains and fire marshals, which we're grateful for. The sooner we get normalize the right size the head count, the more quickly overtime will come down, and certain other efficiencies will be accomplished.
Thank you. End-to-end response times for life-threatening, this is about emergency medical responses. End-to-end response times for life-threatening medical emergencies increased from 10 minutes and 37 seconds to 11 minutes and 21 seconds in the first 4 months of 2025, FY25. What do you think the key factors are to contributing to this delay, and what steps are being taken to improve response delays?
Yeah. Again, I'm almost manically focused on EMS, and response times is certainly a critical part of my focus. What I would say is that there's no one thing that's going to fix the response time issue. Response times are up for a lot of reasons, and Chief Fields and his staff are working tirelessly, again, to be creative about ways we can get ambulances on the street. We have several new programs running right now that I'd like to highlight. One is that I now have an EMS officer in certain problematic emergency rooms, because where we're seeing significant delays is when our EMTs and paramedics bring patients to emergency departments. We're waiting more than 45 minutes just to deliver the patient. If we can bring that time down by having an EMS officer in the emergency department to help move things along, the ambulance will get back on the street in an available capacity sooner. Another thing that we're trying, I think is working rather successfully, is our paramedic response units. Those are non-transport units that are getting critical life-saving paramedic level medicine to our most acutely sick people in New York. And that, once they provide that service, they don't take part in the transportation, and so they move on to the next call. We're gonna need to find some balance, and I'm working very hard on it, on who we bring to the hospital and who we're able to divert away from that. And our paramedic response units are really helping move things along faster, scene to scene to scene. Finally, we very recently changed a long-standing policy around the 10-minute rule, we call it, where patients were essentially using our ambulances like taxi cabs and saying, I want to go to this hospital. Today, we are only going to bring patients, in most instances, to the closest hospital. That's going to change response times, because that too will take a 20-minute ride or a 30-minute ride to a hospital of your choice, turn it into a 10-minute ride, and I'll get those 20 minutes back.
Yeah, I would agree. Coming from a hospital network that had a very busy ER and a trauma center and is backed up constantly, I could see how, and I physically witnessed that your EMT drivers were there just waiting around for their patient to be triaged, and then told that they were going to be admitted or whatever, and they then left. So I think that's very, very positive. Are there any other out-of-the-box ideas that the fire department can use to keep ambulances in service instead of being, taken out of service? Like we had just at our last hearing, a father testified that his son died of a cardiac arrest from an asthma attack, and there were so many ambulances so close, but they were out of service because they were out of fire.
Yeah.
So how do we prevent that from happening in the future?
We certainly, I certainly know that story, and I'm heartbroken by the outcome there. As you said, I am a hands-on commissioner. We had a seizure at a Fifth Alarm fire, unrelated to the fire yesterday in the Bronx, but on a contiguous block. We were able to move units that were assigned to the fire to the seizure, and that went very effectively. The mayor and his staff have given the fire department the green light to proceed to build a new EMS computer-assisted dispatching platform. The one that we're currently using is at the end of life and has been for a while. We're going to build that right on top of the fire CAD system that we built internally. I think the more we can get our fire apparatus, of which 50% of the runs that our engine companies are going on citywide are now medical. If the more we could get our engines talking to our ambulances and unify the dispatching of those two systems, which we're going to start to build ourselves, the more creative we can be. And then if we bring in AI and we bring in some of the tech that's available to us through outside partners like Oracle and Google and Microsoft, just to name a few, I think we're going to get to the point in time where we're going to understand, based on a data-driven approach, where calls potentially are going to come from before we get them. And we're going to be able to triage them in PSAC 1 and PSAC 2 better and more efficiently than we're currently doing that. I think the technology exists today to dispatch our ambulances and our fire trucks more efficiently. And I have, from the day I walked into FDNY 7 months ago or so, been extremely focused on tech and tech solutions to bring efficiencies to the fire department that don't currently exist.
All right, and that would really and truly help EMS units when they have to, especially during peak hours, have to get, and high demand hours, to get from one place to another. And I think that it is time that, well, the CAD system we know has been failing. I give you credit, a lot of credit, for realizing that and working hard to build your own system, knowing what the fire department needs, and I'm sure it will come at a much lesser cost than the CAD system. And that's what we're all about, working smarter, not harder. And we will, I think that's a great idea. And people are afraid of AI and they're afraid of any type of tech, but there are good ways to use these tools.
Yeah.
And that's how we have to use them. We have to use them in the right way to make this city better. I'd like to note before we go on that we've been joined by Councilmember Riley and Councilmember Marmorato. I will now yield to Councilmember Zhuang, who has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I have a brainstorm question. If you put squatter house fire, 3 words in Google, I have a house in my district had fire 6 times in past 3 years. The house had fire because they have squatter live there. And I really appreciate FDNY really go there to help the people. And I heard there's a couple of people get injured in the job also. I really appreciate your work. But do we able to do something to prevent those houses have squatter live there, like before the fire happened? It's happened 6 times already, and the last time it's a big fire, a woman lost her life there, and the fire went to next door neighbor. Now 6 families become, they don't have home anymore. So do we able to do something to prevent this type of incident happen?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, and obviously that's a concern. I'm gonna ask our Chief of Department, John Esposito, to give you a more specific answer, but I want you to know that we have a very robust fire prevention division, and they're out. The team led by Chief Tom Correo, who's here this morning, are out in the community. I talked about some of the statistics, but they are out doing fire prevention in commercial buildings, in residential buildings, in storefronts, on lithium-ion battery enforcement. The members of the fire prevention team at FDNY, including our amazing fire prevention inspectors, are doing a fabulous job. But on your specific question, I'd like Chief Esposito to address it.
Thank you.
Good morning. So those type of buildings where we have squatters, we generally consider them to be vacant buildings, although there are people living in them. That tells us that they're usually not kept up in good condition, and when there is a fire there, it's extremely dangerous for our firefighters. When we identify that type of building, we would notify the Department of Buildings to have the building sealed, and then keep up and follow through to make sure that the building is sealed so that nobody can get inside of that. That building, that's down in Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, it's in
Right.
Decker Heights.
So we've had significant fires there. In the most recent fire, there was a fatality there as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
So, we can keep up and identify the buildings, but it does seem to be a problem.
Is that any way, this is just brainstorm, any way you guys can patrol the area or NYPD can patrol that area more?
We're not always able to patrol. If we do become aware of it, as we are with this one, we can notify Department of Buildings to have it sealed.
Okay, even it's sealed before, it's people still breaking.
Yeah, I mean, I can, if you, after the hearing, give me the address, I'll work with Commissioner Tisch and her team to provide some additional patrol over there. The fire department is not we're not
Yeah,
in the
I know.
patrol business, but we partner with the NYPD every single day and I work very closely with the police commissioner and her staff and speak to them regularly, and I'm happy to work with her and her team. They're doing a great job, and we want to work together on this.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you all for doing great work. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Marmorato and then Riley.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
First, I'd like to thank you all for your service. I come from a family of firefighters. My dad was a chief in the 3rd Battalion. He retired about 2004, 2005. So I appreciate all the work you do, and God bless your families for giving you guys to us here in the city to protect us. Thank you. I just have a couple questions. I've been told that the Bronx is the only borough without a dedicated hazmat engine. Why is that, and how can this be rectified? And who currently responds to these type of natural disasters?
So thank you for that question. So yes, currently, right now, we have 5 engine companies spread throughout the city that are considered hazmat technician units. In addition, we have 8 squad companies, including 2 in the Bronx, that are hazmat technician units. So currently, those squad companies would perform the hazmat technician duties along with Hazmat Company 1, which comes out of Queens and covers the whole city. With that said, we are proposing that Engine Company 67 will be designated a hazmat technician unit, and they will be tasked with covering the entire Bronx, so that each borough will have a hazmat technician engine dedicated to covering that borough.
Where is 67 located?
67 engine is located in the 7th Division, which is in Manhattan, but they're very quickly across the river into the Bronx, and they would be tasked with covering the Bronx.
Okay, thank you. Now let's talk about the auxiliary radio communications. I've seen reports that there's interference in high-rise buildings and firefighters are unable to communicate. Now this really upsets me because I remember during 9/11 that my father was telling me that they had the same issues. I think it was 18 Truck by Pitt and Delancey, that they knew something was wrong, and I think the lieutenant at the time, he told me a story, that because there was no communication, he decided to make that decision to get his guys out, and it did end up saving their lives. Why is this still happening, and how can we make it better?
So after 9/11, and you're absolutely correct, on September 11th, 2001, we were severely handicapped with our communications ability in the World Trade Center. Since that, our communications have greatly improved,
Okay.
including the auxiliary radio communication system, which is in the fire code that high-rise buildings need to install this in their buildings. What we have learned as the years have gone on is that we have better ways to improve our communications. So the fire department is proposing ARCS 2.0, which will eliminate that interference that occasionally occurs. The interference occurs when a system in one building is turned on and we're trying to operate in another building. It is possible for it to happen. It has not hampered our efforts fighting fire, but to avoid that, we have other plans that will require code revision that will make it easier for the fire department and easier for the building owners, and still yield the result that we want, which is great communications in high-rise buildings and large area buildings.
Yeah, we can't have any mistakes going forward. We got to protect you guys. Now, we know that the NYPD has a lack of cars for patrol and for staff officers to use them. Does the FTNY also have that problem?
You know, we have a big fleet, no doubt. We certainly, there are areas where we could use more cars, absolutely, in EMS in particular. The demands on our fleet are high. We do have over 200 mechanics, but nevertheless, riding around 24/7 in this city creates a lot of wear and tear on our fleet, and so we could always, while we have a pipeline that exists currently of apparatus that we buy, and the city has a schedule that you know they've provided us of when and how we purchase firefighting apparatus. Other aspects of our fleet, we could always use more.
And what is like the life expectancy for like a truck or a ladder, and kind of like a ballpark number for like a cost?
Commissioner Kristoff has those numbers, and she's going to give them to you with the average age of our engines, our pumpers, our ladder companies. We have several different ladder companies, some you know, rear tiller. Commissioner Kristoff will give you all that.
Sure. So for fire apparatus, the life cycle for those is actually part of the UFOA contract. So we replace the vehicles used by engine companies, pumpers, before they turn 12 years old, and we replace ladders before they turn 11 years old. Right now, the average age of our pumpers is a little less than 6.5 years. We have a couple different kinds of ladders, as the commissioner was referring to. So our 75-foot tower ladders, average age is about 6.5 years. 95-foot ladders, a little over 9 years. For TDAs, it's a little over 10 years, and for rear mount ladders, a little over 8 years.
Okay, so when it comes to their life expectancy or end of life, will you have the money saved up to purchase new? And when you do purchase new, do you purchase like a whole fleet?
We do purchase sizable quantities at a time. So right now, we actually have 200 plus pieces of fire apparatus on order. Unfortunately, we saw post-COVID that a lot of the timeframes for getting those vehicles back from the manufacturers have increased substantially. So right now, we do have some vehicles that are over age from what our mandated replacement cycles are. Not because we didn't have the funding to put in the orders. We have been putting in the orders on time, but because the time frame from when we put in the order to when we receive the vehicle has lengthened considerably.
Yeah.
So we're actually accelerating, we have been accelerating those orders so that we're putting in the orders earlier so that we're more likely to get the vehicles on time.
I think it's important also to add that while we have a real schedule vis-a-vis the apparatus, the more the city budgets to increase our headcount, for example, in the Bureau of Fire Prevention, the more cars we need to increase to get those people out in the field doing the inspections. And so what I'm not seeing is a direct correlation on that, and I'm trying to work very productively with the budget director on fleet and fleet size, because we are sometimes hampered. The work gets done, it just gets done slower because, for example, we don't have cars to give our fire inspectors to go out into the field. So they use public transportation. When they do that, it just happens slower.
Where is the biggest budget deficit?
Are you around fleet? It's not, I think the city has focused very intensively on engine and ladder company apparatus. I think response cars, first line supervisor cars, chief's cars, for example. But we're we're really pushing hard. We've got good comms going with the Deputy Mayor's Office for Public Safety on this and with the budget director, and I believe there'll be some progress on that.
I think my brother used to drive the chief officer around, and if they drove anything like him, their life expectancy is not going to be very long at all.
It's, as I said, there's a lot of wear and tear on our vehicles. Some of the response vehicles that our chiefs are in are at the end of life, and we really we want those cars to be new and in tip-top shape because, again, talking about correlating, our vehicle maintenance costs go down if the cars are newer. It's when the cars have 150,000 miles on them that you need to replace a transmission.
Yeah.
That becomes less cost effective.
Yeah, absolutely. I could totally see that. Now, do you find that there is enough funding allocated to mandates for fire apparatus replacements? Is it kind of?
Yeah, as Commissioner Christoph mentioned, fire apparatus and the purchase of that is mandated in our firefighters contract and fire officers contract. And there was a really terrific article in the New York Times recently about fire apparatus and sort of the business of building fire trucks all over the country. And I think that New York is doing better than the national average, but nevertheless there is a shortage of new fire apparatus, and we have the orders in, so there's no complaint from FDNY on purchasing fire trucks going forward. As Commissioner Christoph said, we have over 200 pieces of apparatus currently on order. What our complaint is that the companies that we've ordered it from aren't getting it to us fast enough. But that as the New York Times highlighted, is a national problem.
Okay, so I think that, so what is an emergency crew truck? Because I know that our office was reached out to, and I think every single borough is going to have one. Is that correct?
That sounds great, so we'll take them.
No, I can only afford my borough, or at least try to find funding for my borough. But what is it? What does the emergency crew truck do?
Maybe our fleet maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah. So our fleet maintenance crews are doing really commendable work. There is a lot of work, as I said. Fleet maintenance is a big part of what we do. I actually was at the 5th Alarm in the Bronx yesterday. We send a large contingent of auto mechanics and fleet maintenance people to multiple alarm fires because they're, in the freezing cold, apparatus, can break at the scene, and we need them there. We need vehicles to get them there, and we need vehicles that can bring with it certain parts and equipment to fix right at the scene those vehicles, our firefighting apparatus. And so what I think you're talking about is those types of vehicles.
Okay, all right. Chair, can I just have 2 more questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. What can my office as city council provide funding for your officers? I know that we try to help with structural at the firehouses, we try to help with the upgrades, but are there anything that we can use our discretionary funding to assist with the fire officers? I don't know if it's like, if we're allowed to do like, I know you guys have washer and dryers that break very
Yeah.
easily. Like, is there anything that you could think of off the top of your head that we can help fund?
Sure. What I would say first of all is thank you. The entire council has been incredibly generous. We will ask you for help now. There are things that the council can help with. They're not large, major projects, but Councilmember Schulman called me the other day and asked me if she could replace the door of a firehouse in her district. That's incredibly generous, and we appreciate that. And even though it doesn't, when we're talking about a almost $3 billion budget, that's a couple of $100,000. It's needle moving to me, and I'm deeply grateful that you would ask. We have projects. We were in Queens the other day with the borough president. The chair was there. So was Councilmember Schulman. I made a presentation and left with $3.5 million of the borough president's generosity to buy 15 response vehicles for Queens County. If I knew I could go to any borough, which I go to regularly anyway, and come home with a duffel bag full of money like that for projects that are really life-saving, I would be there. So can I come back to you with some individual projects and perhaps, yeah. Great. So in addition to this, thank you, Jason. And thank you for all of your work that you're doing for us. We asked you for the crew truck, but we also asked you for a command car for EMS.
Yep.
And believe it or not, command cars in EMS, our lieutenants are in those. That's the first line supervisor. They're paramedics. That's really, really important, and I have found that we are very short on command cars. Not because we don't have them, but because they're broken. And so that lieutenant, who we expect to be out in the field supervising EMTs and paramedics, then ends up staying in quarters. That's not the best use of her or his time. And so if you give us one, I promise you it'll be in your district.
Okay, definitely. We actually, through our Metro North rezoning, we were able to secure $1.5 million for Engine 72 for the facade and the roof. So hopefully the money's there. So just start working on the city and being a pain in the neck to try to make sure that they follow through with this.
My
okay?
specialty.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
One last curveball. Did you ever name the robot dog? The last one?
We'll get back to you.
My suggestion
Yeah.
is Chief.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. When we come see you with the requests, we'll
Of
figure out
course, absolutely.
what we can. Okay.
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
Chair.
your questions, and thanks to your dad.
I suggest name him Rocky after my Boston Terrier, but Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning to your team. I kind of want to piggyback off my colleague, Councilmember Marmorato. We're speaking about technology. How is technology being integrated into the firehouse upgrades and to improve response time and firefighter safety?
So I said it already. I'll say it again. I think that technology is really the key to lots of unsolved puzzles within the FDNY, and I'm extremely focused on not only reviewing, understanding, and operationalizing the existing technology within the department, which I would tell you is impressive, but I would also say that there's a lot of work that needs to be done and I am spending a lot of time working internally with our folks in the Bureau of Technology Services, but also meeting with outside vendors and other fire departments and public safety agencies to see what they're doing that we can learn from. We don't have to invent the wheel. We sometimes can just look to our neighbors and other partners. I sent a delegation of chief officers, including the chief of department, out to California to meet with the chief of the LA County Fire Department during, at the very end of their horrific brush fires and wildland fires that they suffered through to see what technology they were deploying. We are using drones and robots. We are, have computer dispatching. We have fiber going into every firehouse now, so we've upped the speed with which we can communicate, and every second counts, and fiber is making it faster to get messaging from our 911 PSACs to the firehouses. But I'm not done yet. There's got to be things that we could do to make it better, make it faster. We are open to reviewing and understanding technology. We're not afraid of it. We are embracing things like AI and the future of how AI will impact the FDNY, and I think it will impact us. We're talking about things like encryption in our radios. So we're really at the cutting edge, but we want to even get better. And the Deputy Mayor's Office of Public Safety hosts a technology committee meeting where the chief tech officers from various agencies that fall under the Deputy Mayor meet regularly to discuss what's going on in their agencies. So I think we've got some learning happening internally. We learn from our sister agencies within the Adams administration, and I think we're spending a lot of time, because of my experience in the last 25 years before I came to the fire department, meeting with partners from the biggest tech companies in the world.
Thank you, Commissioner. How is the department improving living and working conditions in firehouses, particularly in high-demand areas within this budget?
Yeah, the average age of our firehouses is about 100 years. That's both a beautiful thing and a challenge. We have several ongoing projects to upgrade the physical space of our firehouses, which include gender-neutral and accommodations for female firefighters. That population is growing, and I'm very proud of that. But we need to accommodate for that. We are somewhat victims of our own real estate, because these beautiful old firehouses are exactly that. We have about 25 or so firehouses, maybe just a little less, firehouses in that have repair needs. We have many more firehouses with smaller repair needs. We have lots of projects going on right now to upgrade firehouses. Getting back to the chair, excuse me, about a project in Far Rockaway. We are going to hopefully get a shovel in the ground on that firehouse in August. You probably know, but it's worth repeating, those projects aren't done by the FDNY. Yeah. They're done in consultation, but we're not ultimately responsible for building new firehouses. I'd like to have more responsibility over repairing our firehouses and not going outside to that. We have people internally in the fire department who are capable of that. That's an area where we might benefit from increased headcount because of the cost. We might see decreased costs on that. But, again, I've been very transparent with the budget director. He's been very, very open and willing to discuss things like that with me, where the curves connect and I've gotten a lot of cooperation from OMB on on seeing it a little bit differently than how we've been doing it in the past. But for the project in Far Rockaway, that's going to be built by a third party, not by us. But firehouses are, the older they get, the more repair they could use.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just three more quick questions. The first one, with firehouses, if you don't have the answer today, that's fine. If you could just get back to me. If you could provide an assessment of the current condition of the firehousing in District 12, in my council district, I want to be very supportive and helpful regarding the budget to see if I can help those firehouses out. So that's not really a question.
Yeah.
It's just
We'll thank you very much for that offer, and pens on both sides of it.
I see it. I see it working.
Right. Thank you.
Next question. I wanted to talk about diversity within the fire department. Do you have any data on the demographics with diversity in the fire department right now?
Yes. So that you know, the fire department's under a consent decree, operating with a federal monitor, and it's extremely important to me that we are more than compliant in that area. I'm pleased to say that in the 214 days that I've been the fire commissioner, I think the department has made very significant progress, not just under me and not just under my predecessor and her predecessors, but there is progress and there's still work to be done. Nafisa, do you want to give the numbers, please?
Sure, if you're speaking overall, or were you specifically looking for titles?
Overall.
Okay. If we're speaking about overall, we have about, I should have wrote this down better. Our white male population is about 54%. We are seeing about a total of 3% women. And this is overall fire, EMS, and civilian. Our Hispanic population is about 18%. Our Black population is about 12% overall. And our Asian population is a little over 4%.
Thank you. And definitely, Commissioner, appreciate the work that you and your predecessor have been doing. Numbers are increasing, not rapidly as we would like them to increase, but we'd love to continue partnering with you to see if we could do some outreach within our communities, working with our high schools maybe to let them know how to go about taking the exam as well. And my last question, fire prevention is something extremely important. We want to make sure that these fires are being prevented. How much of the FDNY budget is allocated to fire prevention, and what is that allocation for exactly?
Commissioner?
So we might have to get back to you on the budget numbers because I don't know if I have them in front of me, but I certainly can give you headcount numbers.
Okay.
So of our overall budgeted headcount, that's a little over 17,000. Obviously, most of that is uniformed and EMS after that, but our largest civilian group is fire prevention. So we are budgeted for about 552. We have about 522 active right now. Some of those vacancies are in the Fire Protection Inspector title series. We're looking to have a class in the coming months. Fire protection inspectors make up about 350 of the 522, and the other titles, range from various engineering titles, various project management and plan review titles, as well as like clerical and administrative support.
Thank you.
I think it's important just to note that many of those titles are generating revenue for the city, and so I think I don't know if they're revenue neutral, but they're out there performing tasks that are generating revenue for the city.
No, we appreciate that. We need as much revenue as possible for our city, so we do appreciate that. Commissioner and your team, thank you so much for being here today. Commissioner would love when you do get those firehouses, if you want to come to the district, and we maybe could tour them together to see the capital improvements they need. But thank you.
Consider it done. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you spoke about the meeting that you held in Queens. It was certainly unique. And you had council members there that were from this committee that were in Queens, and also community boards and the borough president. And the fact that you were there was, as I said, very unique. And yes, we did realize a get from that meeting, but you also mentioned the firehouse. Had that meeting not taken place, the borough president, the community board, and our office would not have known about that shovel going in the ground in August. In fact, we were of the impression that it was underfunded and wouldn't be happening. But because of you, your first deputy commissioner, and Jason Shelley did the background work, Doug, and I want to thank my chief of staff, Phyllis Cirillo, for working with you on that, we found out that there will be a shovel in the ground. So that type of dialogue, that type of meeting in smaller groups that you are really in favor of, really does get a lot of work done. And there, out of that meeting, we walked out not thinking, oh, well, just another meeting. That meeting really garnered a lot of support for the FDNY, and also you wound up walking away with money, like you said, and the borough president's committed to it. And he called me yesterday, and he was just so happy about the firehouse, because it really does need to be replaced. And I thank you for the work that you did in the background. So I want to get back to fleet maintenance. Of the 200 items of fleet that you have outstanding, is there a timeline for when they will come?
Yes. So we're currently receiving our order of rear mounts and tower ladders is coming in now, and we expect that some squads and high-pressure pumpers will be following that. But we do have estimated dates for all the items on order. They're just a little bit longer than they had been historically.
What's longer?
In some cases, it's relatively short, but in other cases, it is a little bit longer. Hold on. So right now, we have 7 pumpers and 63 ladders that are behind schedule. And so we are tracking those with what the estimated delivery dates are and what the original dates were. I mean, in some cases, it's like 5 or 6 months beyond when we were originally anticipating that they would come in.
And do you think that's because, and they're critical delays, let's face it, because we need this apparatus on the street, do you think that in addition to the backlog because of COVID, but we're now in 2025, do you think a lot of that is because of procurement right here from OMB? The procurement process?
I think in general, we've had a lot of cooperation in terms of putting in our orders earlier. We've had to do accelerations in the last few capital plans, and we'll probably have to continue doing that in order to get our orders in even sooner to make sure that ultimately the vehicle delivery lines up. But we have been working with OMB to accelerate those things as we approach them.
Okay, and so a lot of the fleet is outdated. So what happens when an apparatus is outdated? And it has to remain in service.
I'm going to ask Chief Esposito to talk about our spare fleet and et cetera.
Sure. So even though some of our fleet is outdated, we don't see a safety concern with that. Every apparatus that's in service is inspected by the firefighters and the officers twice a day. So when an apparatus is outdated, they can only respond to emergencies. So a report of a fire, a report of a medical call, they would respond. They are not able to use that apparatus for other things such as building inspection or hydrant inspection.
Okay. And how much funding is allocated in this current budget for fire truck maintenance replacement, and how does this compare to prior years?
Yeah, so we don't separate out the maintenance funding by fire trucks and ambulances, so kind of combined to maintain our fleet. As the commissioner had mentioned earlier, we have about 240 staff. And our OTPS budget right now is $42.5 million. Some of the OTPS money that we got as part of the preliminary budget actually went towards that to increase the amount that we had available for things like auto parts. That OTPS amount is a little bit higher than prior years. So we spent, $31 million in FY22, $37 million in '23, and $39 million in '24. So our budget has gone up a little bit in '25. It does go down again in '26. So that's something that we're looking at and might need to be adjusted in the future. In terms of sort of vehicle replacements, that happens through the capital budget. Overall, in the 11-year window from 25 to 35, we have $761 million funded for vehicles in our budget. That includes $430 million for frontline fire apparatus, $151 million for supervisory, specialty, and support vehicles, and $181 million for initial equipment on all of our vehicles. Oddly enough, the capital funding for ambulances is not in our capital budget. It is in the Health and Hospitals capital budget, but they are funded $462 million across the plan window for our ambulance replacements.
Why is that, since EMS is part of the fire department? Why isn't the administration allowing the fire department to embrace EMS fully and incorporate it fully so that it's part of your budget?
So there are long and complicated historical reasons why that have to do with Medicaid funding, but there have also been changes to Medicaid funding recently, and so that is something that we're looking at for the future, whether this is still something that makes financial sense.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to EMS, they can't be just a little bit pregnant. They're either part of the FDNY or they're not. So I'll do whatever we need to do, however I can help to make sure that they are respected, get their pay parity, and become full-fledged members, even through funding for their vehicles. As long as we're on the topic of their vehicles, what is the average mileage and wear on the FDNY's ambulance fleet, and how often are ambulances being replaced?
So the average mileage for our ambulance fleet is 36,080 miles right now, and we aim to replace ambulances every 5 to 6 years.
And how does the FDNY ensure that ambulances are adequately maintained to handle the increasing demand for EMS service?
So they're on a 45-day preventative maintenance cycle.
Okay, so my next question has to do with budget. So what is the current budget for ambulance repairs and replacement? Does that come from your budget or H&H?
That comes from our budget.
Okay.
So it's the same budget that I talked about before, the same 240 staff and OTPS.
Okay. And have there been advancements such as electric or hybrid models? And is the FDNY considering that for its ambulance fleet to reduce emissions and improve efficiency?
So all of our current ambulances are equipped with auxiliary power units that work as an anti-idling measure. They work with solar panels to keep the batteries charged and to minimize idling time.
Okay.
We're trying, just so you know, Chair, we're trying in this beta paramedic response unit, we are trying to use battery-operated vehicles for that. It's an experiment. That's complicated because we don't have charging at every ambulance station. But we're seeing how that's working in an attempt to go as green as possible.
I appreciate your answer. I'd like to mention that we've been joined by Councilmember Feliz. Councilmember Feliz has a question, but I have just one follow-up here. How many firehouses and stations would you say are in need of immediate repair, and do you have cost estimates?
Commissioner Kristoff.
I think we would have to follow up on that. I mean, we do have information on outstanding work orders at various firehouses and what we know to be our priorities for, replacements and reconstruction projects, which we generally work down in priority order, given the funding that we have available. But we can follow up with specifics.
That would be great, because oftentimes, and I visit the firehouses often, I do see they're in desperate need of roofs, and they have leaks in their changing rooms and in the locker rooms and in the showers. Water's running when it shouldn't. And we were able to mitigate a lot of those issues only because our office got involved. So what is the timeline from when a complaint is made about an issue structurally to when it gets fixed? If you don't have that, you can get back to me with that as well. You can follow up with that. I now yield to Councilmember Feliz.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to start by thanking all of you for your service. Every single day we see members of the FDNY putting your lives at risk to save people in all of our communities in our city. So just want to start by thanking you all, for you and your team, for all the work that you do for the people of this city. A few questions about fires in general, but specifically e-bikes. But I guess the first question is more of a general one. Can you give us numbers regarding how many fires that we have in 2024? Can you give us a breakdown by borough if you have that? And also give us information about the top 5 causes. I'm sure e-bikes is one of them.
Fires by boroughs?
Yep, maybe total for 2024, and then, breakdown by borough.
Give me 1 second and I'm going to give you an answer.
Take your time.
You're talking about structural fires.
Yes.
Got it. Let us follow up with you on that. I mean, we don't have it, we have it broken down, but not as specifically as you've asked, and so we'll come back to you on that.
What about total amount of fires in 2024?
The issue that we're having is, are you talking about responses? Is a garbage can that's on fire a fire that you want us to add in? So that's what they're fumbling around with now. Car fires, et cetera. But we have some. Yeah, I mean, exactly. This is from the mayor's management report, right? Yeah. So, Lizette, do you want to just give him what's in the MMR, and then we'll come back to you more specifically as it breaks down with structural fires.
Yeah, so as reported in the MMR, so for last fiscal year, FY24, the number of structural residential fires was 19,544. The number of structural non-residential fires was 4,465. The number of non-structural fires was 12,260.
That's a lot of fires. Last year and the year before, we passed legislation to strengthen FDNY's enforcement powers on the issue of e-bikes. So could you talk to us about what systems we have in place, also what triggers that system, including, for example, someone calling 311 to report unlawful sale of uncertified e-bikes? Talk to us about that system a little bit.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for all the work that the council has done in helping us fight e-bike fires. We have reported a 67% decrease in fire deaths. We had a very successful campaign around the educating the public on ways to store and charge e-mobility devices, hopefully outside of their homes. We have worked very closely with UL to try to get more certified batteries into the system, and where we're seeing big problems is with uncertified batteries that tend to be less expensive and therefore more attractive for purchasers. We have a lithium-ion battery task force that's out in the field doing all different kinds of enforcement, including working with the Department of Buildings to vacate 7 locations that we deemed to be so dangerous that the building had to be shut. We are not ever going to stop talking about lithium-ion battery fires, which we see a lot of, because they're extremely dangerous to our members and they're extremely dangerous to the public. And what we really need, in addition to the help that you and the state have given us, is federal legislation to stop the import of these batteries at ports and to give one agency, federal agency, the authority to oversee the regulation around these batteries, because the great work that the City Council has done in helping us, which has yielded much better numbers, isn't as effective if you can just go across the river to New Jersey and buy something that's legal there and not legal here. So the federal legislation will really help us, and we were close, then we weren't, but I think we're back on track again to get that legislation passed in Washington, D.C.
Yep. Thank you for the information. Can you give us information about, or maybe compare the 2023 and 2024 numbers? I know you mentioned there's been a decrease of like 65% in deaths. Could you give us the numbers on that, and also the amount of fires? My understanding is that the deaths are down, but the fires are numbers are pretty much the same, if I'm correct.
So in 2021, we had 4 deaths. In 2022, we had 6 deaths. In 2023, we had 18 deaths related all to lithium-ion battery fires. And then happily in 24, we had 6, but I say happily in that that's the 67% decrease, but be aware and assured that we are not going to stop talking about this till 0 is the number.
Okay, what about numbers regarding general fires, regardless of if there was a death or not? Do you have any numbers on that? If not, you could send it over after.
So you're talking about in the MMR.
Yeah, so the civilian fire fatalities, as reported in the MMR, so the number for the year prior to last year, FY23, was 102, and the number for last fiscal year, FY24, was 74.
Okay.
And I would just note, I think it's current, that we're at 22 right now. We were at 19 this time last year. That's not a happy trend.
Okay. And last question, actually 2 more questions. How big is the team that does inspections regarding these defective e-bikes that are being sold? How big is the team? How big is the budget? And also do you think what we have is enough, at least to be able to properly enforce, or do you think more is needed?
I'm going to let Commissioner Kristof give you specific numbers, but again, where we're talking about the type of danger that we're talking about to members of the department and to the 8.3 million New Yorkers, and numbers that are still 6 in 2024, I think that the more we have, the better. I think that you should be assured that we are deploying resources, both from our Bureau of Fire Prevention, from the fire operations, and from fire prevention at this very proactively. But I think it would be a mistake to sit here when we've had 6 deaths in 2024 and 18 in 2023 and say we've got this thing solved. We're far from that. But Commissioner?
Yeah, so just to echo that, this is something that all of our fire companies are looking out for when they're out in the field, and it's something that all of our fire inspectors are also looking for. But we do have a special inspection team in fire prevention of 5 staff that focus on this.
And our Bureau of Fire Investigation works with other city agencies to conduct the enforcement of the bike shops and the other stores that sell these batteries and distribute the batteries that don't comply with our rules and laws.
All right, thank you so much. Final question / point. Yeah, definitely agree we need federal legislation on this issue. We could pass a million laws on the issue, but if people could just go to, not even New Jersey, but Yonkers, anywhere outside of the city of New York and just purchase these e-bikes, we'll go back to square one. So definitely agree with you on that. Final question, any way we could strengthen FDNY's enforcement powers, or do you think what we have now is enough based on the issue that we have, which is, a city of New York being affected, but also being affected due to other cities and states around us bringing in e-bikes unlawfully and causing the issue worse?
I think the council's been great, and I think the department has really reacted well to the laws that you have helped us with. I don't know that it's your specific question, but I'm very proud of the FDNY's response lately to parking on fire hydrants. This has been an absolute disaster in the last few months. We had 2 people killed in a fire in Brooklyn. Car was directly on a fire hydrant in front of the fire building. We had 2 people killed in the Bronx in a fire in a temple. Car parked directly on a fire hydrant, and I'm very proud of the people in FDNY that creatively came up with the concept to serve a criminal summons on the owner of the vehicle. First time we ever used that statute, and a judge in the Bronx has the discretion to fine up to $5,000 and fined the owner of that vehicle $4,000. The council should know that in yesterday's 5-alarm fire in the Bronx, we were confronted with a vehicle parked on the fire hydrant. We personally served that owner as well, and that will find its way through the Bronx criminal courts. We hope, although we did not have a death, we hope that the court finds that behavior to be abhorrent, and we ask all New Yorkers to please stop parking on fire hydrants. Seconds count, and we need to get water on fires fast. And when we have cars parked on fire hydrants, 1, you can't see the hydrant, and 2, you certainly can't attach a hose as quickly and effectively to it when a car is right next to it.
Right, yeah. All right, thank you so much. No more questions. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all in the FDNY for your service.
Thank you. Councilmember Riley?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, one more question. We've heard anecdotal reports of backlogs in 911 response times. While we understand that 911 operators are not within your budget, can you provide insight into delays between constituent calls and operators actually answering?
I just want to make sure I answer your question. So are you asking about the amount of time it takes between the call and the call taker
Yes,
answering?
the call and the call answering, and then you guys actually responding, because we're hearing issues that constituents are calling 911 and sometimes they get in the voicemail while things are actually taking place and happening. So we just wanted your input on that, even though 911 operators are not part of your budget.
Well, yeah, I mean, the stories like that are horrifying to me, and I'm willing to work with my other agency commissioners colleagues to address that. No one should get voicemail when they call 911. Obviously, we do have people calling 911 that we'd rather call 311 or some other, make a different type of call. But we want every single person that calls 911 for FDNY services to get a call taker on the phone who's knowledgeable, who's empathetic, and who is capable of dispatching the appropriate apparatus or ambulance to the scene as quickly as possible. So there's no excuse to get voicemail when you call 911.
Thank you, Commissioner, and just would love your partnership or working with other agencies to make sure that we could address this the right way, because as you said, nobody should call 911 to get voicemails. Thank you, Chair, for the last question.
Yeah, I mean, I've called 911 myself and was put on hold. And so, and we have addressed it at other hearings, but it is a problem, and it could be part and parcel of why there is an increase in delayed response times. But the citywide response time to structural fires has increased from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 25 seconds. In addition to, say, 911 calls, would you say that the dispatch times, would you say that there has been an increase in response times due to street designs, redesigns, traffic congestion, bicycle lanes, bus lanes, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a simple answer. We all know it. So, congestion pricing. How does the FDNY anticipate NYC's congestion pricing plan, and how will it impact the firefighter response times, particularly in heavily trafficked areas during peak hours?
Well, look, congestion pricing is here, and we're dealing with it on several fronts. I don't have a good answer for you on whether it's impacted response times in a positive way or in a negative way. There's no doubt for us it's a challenge because we assign firefighters and fire officers and EMTs and paramedics in the congestion pricing zone, and now they're paying a toll to come to work. We're certainly hearing about that from our members. We have had worked closely with the Deputy Mayor for Operations and with OMB, and we are putting in place a reimbursement function for those members who we detail in and out of the congestion pricing zone. But we're working closely with the UFA and UFOA on this. I think that we're productively having conversations around it. We have in place a transportation mechanism now for firefighters who require transportation in and out of the congestion pricing zone from their firehouse to the detailed firehouse. We currently detail about 150 firefighters a day from the home firehouse to either across the floor, we call it, or to another firehouse. Not always in and out of a district, but there are a lot of details to moving firefighters around so that we have minimum manning, and congestion pricing is something that we're working with and around.
So the reimbursement, which I think is great, that they would be reimbursed, is that something that's in effect now, or you're looking to have it be in effect?
We have City Hall's cooperation on reimbursement for detailed firefighters only. So, going into the congestion pricing zone. So, assuming you go from one area in Queens, for example, into Midtown Manhattan, we will reimburse you for that. That mechanism is getting into place as we speak, and City Hall has given us the green light to move forward on that reimbursement. But there's more work to be done.
Right, because if I heard correctly, EMS workers and firefighters can be moved at any time from one firehouse to another to cover.
Yeah.
So then they would be going in and out of the congestion zone again. So that's a problem.
It's less of a problem in EMS because they're moving in EMS vehicles, but our firefighters are not moving in fire department vehicles.
Right. That's a problem. Okay. We're going to talk about the promotional exams. So what impact has EMS to firefighter promotional exams had on EMS staffing levels? And how does FDNY plan to address any resulting headcount gaps. And I know that we have classes coming out, so I was very happy to hear that. And the amount of people who have applied, thank you for mentioning that, is astounding. So I imagine that is one way that you're working towards closing those gaps.
Yeah. So the next 3 promotional classes into the Fire Academy are almost exclusively going to be EMTs and paramedics coming from those ranks. As you heard from Commissioner Noonan, we recruited about 3,500 people to take the test. Ultimately, it's our experience that about 10% of those people will end up becoming EMTs. So that's about 350. You don't have to be an economics major to figure out that 1,000 out and 350 in leaves a gap. And so we're concerned about that, no doubt. And we're thinking about ways to fill that gap. And I'm working closely with the members of the senior staff, both in fire ops and EMS ops, to figure out what to do about that. We don't think that the path from EMS to fire is a bad one. So I don't want anyone to interpret what I'm saying that in some way that's not right. But there's no doubt that we have a crisis nationally in EMS recruiting, and we're not going to just be able to replace the firefighters or the EMTs and paramedics who are going over to the fire ops in the traditional methods that we have in the past.
Do you think that it's because of the EMS wages, the pay parity? I know EMS workers that want to make this their career. They don't want to become firefighters, but they have no choice because they cannot sustain a family and be providers and have while making the money that EMS workers make. And we've been crying pay parity for a very long time.
Yeah.
So is that part of your discussion for retention? Because that would be the best way to close the gap, is if there was retention in the ranks.
We have some fabulous career EMTs and paramedics. God bless you.
God bless you.
Many of whom we rely on and the city relies on heavily. The EMTs they're at the bargaining table now and are negotiating with the city. The mayor and City Hall have supported something similar to what you're saying. There's no doubt with 1.6 million calls for service a year, that's an astronomical amount of work. And EMTs and paramedics are doing an unbelievably heroic job. There's going to have to be a moment of reckoning that in this review that I spoke about earlier, that we're going to need to do things differently regarding pre-hospital care in New York City. And when I say that, I want to be really clear that I'm not in any way criticizing how it's been done. I'm just saying that on a go-forward basis, we're going to have to do it differently. I don't think there's one fix, Chair. I think that rebuilding the EMS CAD will help response times. It will even help the quality of life and morale of the EMTs and paramedics in the ambulance, because I've been in an ambulance. I'm not an EMT or a paramedic or a firefighter, but it's hard to even read the screen. I mean, I've got glasses hanging around my neck. The font size is embarrassingly large on the things that I've printed, and I'm still wearing my glasses. We've got a lot of work to do with EMS, and I have a commitment from the mayor to be thoughtful and even reinventive if I have to be with regard to EMS. And I would say that nothing is off the table.
I'm happy to hear that because, you know, the vast disparity in wages for them has caused morale to lessen and caused a lack of retention and caused, you know, larger gaps. And honestly, they are going out on more calls. And that's why I say that FDNY has to embrace them, and funds have to be allocated so that their wages can be increased. And I know you believe that, and I believe that, and we can work together towards that. If
Yeah, I'm
we need
looking
a
forward to
champion.
working with you and the administration on this. As I said, I have a lot of support from the administration on the way I'm approaching it. Again, it goes back to that CEO approach. I think that you know, we're all wearing the same patch here. Chief Fields and many of the EMS chiefs over here, we're all wearing the same patch. We're one agency, and we're gonna operate like that on a going forward basis. There are things we can do in addition to reviewing the pay that I think would take, because look, so many people in FDNY work at FDNY because of the mission. It's not just about the pay. And so pay is a factor. But we've seen where a pay increase doesn't change necessarily enough of the things to make people want to come to work and do their job productively. And I'm really focused on it. And I believe that it's one of the reasons I'm sitting here. I think that the mayor saw in some of the ideas that I put forward to him during the process that we went through to improve EMS from where it is and build a pre-hospital care system that will work well into, you know, 2050 and beyond.
Thank you. Let's talk about overtime. So the mayoral director on overtime control has been placing strict limits on overtime spending across all city agencies, including FDNY and EMS. Given that FDNY has long relied on overtime to compensate for the staffing shortages and high call volumes, these restrictions may impact response times, recruitment, and overall service delivery. What percentage of FDNY and EMS operations currently rely on overtime to meet service demands, and how has this changed since the implementation of the mayoral directive?
I'm going to let Commissioner Kristoff give you the specific numbers, but what I would say is that you and the committee and the public should know that neither the mayor nor the OMB director wants public safety impacted by the overtime directive. Where we can look at overtime differently is in our discretionary overtime, not necessarily in our uniformed member overtime. The numbers will inherently come down. We're about to promote how many captains and lieutenants? 48 more captains and 64 more lieutenants. The more we get the right number of captains and lieutenants and battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs in the seats and firefighters in the seats, naturally there's an expense that comes along with that, but the overtime expense will come down. And so I'm working very closely with the OMB director on that. He just approved 26 fire marshals and 4 supervising fire marshals. That'll bring down overtime. So I think, you know, we're starting to be able to make the argument more coherently. But overtime, we're operating a lot of overtime in the fire department. Commissioner?
Yeah, so to follow up on what the commissioner was saying, on the fire side, over 80% of our overtime is tied to field operations. So that's staffing posts in the field, that's contractually mandated field overtime, including the overtime that's built into firefighter schedules, as well as overtime related to late calls or moving firefighters across different locations to equalize staffing. On the EMS end, 70% of our overtime is related to field operations, staffing ambulances. It goes up to a similar 80% if you include overtime associated with emergency medical dispatch, which are EMS call takers and dispatchers that respond to 911 calls for medical emergencies. None of the overtime control measures are aimed at reducing public services. So we're not looking to reduce the number of units that are in operation at all. The focus on reducing that kind of field overtime has come on the side of trying to increase headcount. So on the fire side, we've been looking to accelerate firefighter classes, get them through more quickly. We did actually work with OMB in the summer. They approved additional resources to help us with processing candidates. So they approved an additional 24 staff for us, primarily in our candidate investigation division, but also including folks in health services and in other parts of the department to make sure that we were able to process candidates quickly in order to get those classes through. We've also, made some changes on the training side to double the number of fire lieutenants that we can promote at one time. So traditionally, we've done about 32 at a time, but as the commissioner noted, our next set of lieutenant promotions is actually going to be 64. And those 48 captains that we also talked about are positions above our budgeted headcount, and we are doing that in order to bring down this kind of ordered overtime. The focus otherwise has been on, the remainder of our overtime, which is discretionary. So it's making sure that full duty personnel are in the field as much as possible, that we are leveraging our light duty personnel for any non-field tasks that can happen, and seeing where we can reduce things in non-field areas.
Yeah, it just makes sense. If you have all your lines filled and you have the staffing, your overtime comes down. It's easy, right? And now it seems that if you have I know oftentimes lines are funded, but no one ever gets hired. So I don't think that will happen with you at the helm. Do we have any other questions? Oh, I see we've been joined by Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
Thanks so much, Chair Ariola. Oh, maybe too excited. Thank you, Commissioner and team. Good to see you all today. Have a few random questions. I just want to start with a parochial one, which is we had a tragic fire in our district on Thanksgiving Day, so 4 months ago. This was a manhole explosion on Remsen Street in Brooklyn Heights. Some of you may remember. Firstly, just want to thank the men and women of the FDNY for showing up on a holiday and keeping our community safe. What bothered me, though, about this particular incident was 5 days before, members of our community reached out to the FDNY to come and investigate because there was smoke coming out of the manhole. FDNY came right away, closed it out. 5 days later, manhole explodes, sets a car on fire, blows through an apartment building. People still haven't been able to move back into their homes. Fortunately, nobody was killed, but it was a terrible incident. And I've essentially gotten, pats on the head and radio silence from Con Ed and FDNY in the intervening 4 months. And members of the community want to get answers on what happened and why. And I understand that it takes some time for the fire marshals to provide a report, but it's very frustrating to not be able to say anything to my community about what happened here and what we're doing about it to make sure that the community's safe, because we've had other fires in Brooklyn Heights ever since relating to other manholes that I do not believe were related, but have freaked everybody out. So, A, how do we get answers more quickly in general? And B, is there anything that you can say about this specific incident or who I can follow up with to get answers in the immediate future?
I'm going to ask our chief of department to address the specific Thanksgiving Day incident, and then, of course, we'll figure out how you can get answers more quickly from us on a going forward basis.
In an aging city with the infrastructure as old as it is, manhole fires, unfortunately, are a common occurrence. So we do work together with Con Edison to respond and mitigate them. The specifics of the Thanksgiving Day, other than the fact of where the fire broke out, which was unusual for us in our experience, we'd have to defer to Bureau of Fire Investigation and get their report and see if we're able to share that.
The Chief Fire Marshal's not here, but I will meet with the Chief Fire Marshal today, and we'll get back to you on that.
I really appreciate it. I think it's, I don't mean to harp too much on a single incident, but it worries people when they call in, they call out incident, FDNY comes, investigates, we think everything's okay, and then 5 days later we have a tragedy. And then we don't get answers for 4 months to understand what occurred. I get that these issues are complex. I get we have aging infrastructure, but there's got to be a way for us to improve communication and be able to, because, I look like an idiot as the council member when people keep asking me what happened, we need information. I don't like that. I don't like that we don't get any information when we request it repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. Okay, just a couple other items I wanted to ask about. Recently, we redesigned McGinnis Boulevard. This is a tertiary issue of import to the fire department, but I think it's an important one. Recently, we redesigned McGinnis Boulevard with the Department of Transportation. As many of you may know, it was a big fight over a couple of years. We were able to design much wider bike lanes than have historically been utilized around the city of New York that can accommodate EMS ambulances, even fire trucks, as far as I understand. Is this a design that, I'm not sure who the right person to answer this, to direct this question to, if that's you, Commissioner, or someone else. Is this a design you all are familiar with? Do you think that it's a better potential approach that can help ensure expeditious emergency response times as we look to accommodate safe cycling with protected bike lanes in more and more neighborhoods around the city?
Look, from where I stand, and it's more Chief Esposito comment, I would like to keep our emergency apparatus on the streets, and where only in the event of a major emergency, invade the secured space for bicycles and other e-mobility transportation. It sort of reminds me of a thought that I was having about, years ago, the question could be asked, can you drive on the sidewalks? And the answer is no, not unless there was a really major emergency or reason to do so. We work with DOT very effectively, and Commissioner Rodriguez and I speak regularly. And I know my staff and his staff speak regularly. What's important to me, and we have through our city planning units and other units within the fire department, the ability to make sure that our fire and EMS apparatus can get down the streets. We don't want anything to impede that. And, and there are some complicated neighborhoods in Lower Manhattan, for example, in Greenwich Village and other areas, in Brooklyn Heights for sure, that make it sometimes more complicated. And we've made accommodations, including rear tiller mounted fire trucks with someone in the back steering the back of the fire truck. But I don't know that we need necessarily to be more involved in that process than we already are.
Okay. I for what it's worth, I want to make sure that we achieve a network of protected bike lanes around the city so it's safe for cyclists and we reduce unnecessary deaths and serious injuries for people riding a bicycle, and protected bike lanes are a proven way to improve pedestrian safety as well. But we don't want to do it at the expense of emergency response times.
Yeah.
So we just want to be very mindful of every design that we're doing, that it's in a collaborative way. I know that's been a priority of Chair Ariola. And I'm intrigued by the design on McGinnis Boulevard, as we achieved a road diet there that has significantly already improved pedestrian safety in the neighborhood, that it could be an alternative approach for ensuring expeditious response times. And so we'll be looking carefully at the data. I understand we don't want ambulances and fire trucks in bike lanes when they don't absolutely need to be. I appreciate that being your response, Commissioner. But I do think it's worth looking at if we can afford the space for somewhat wider bike lanes that can allow for that when there is congestion in a given area, that it's a worthy approach. Last thing I'd like to ask, if I may, is around congestion pricing, for which I'm a big advocate. Can you speak to improved emergency response times in Lower Manhattan, south of 59th Street for both FDNY and EMS over the first 2.5 months of this year?
We don't have the data on.
Even for January?
No, not yet.
When will we have that data?
You know, I think we need a little more time on it. We had a long talk about congestion pricing already. That congestion pricing, in my opinion, is not going, there's no one fix that's going to improve response times.
Certainly not.
And I don't think the key here is congestion pricing. I have no opinion on congestion pricing except the opinion I rendered to the chair.
But I didn't ask, I mean, with all due respect, I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm just asking for the data.
We'll
So
get you the data.
when will we have the data? When do we normally, what's the normal lag time on emergency response time data? When should we have it? Quarterly, monthly? What is it that I'm looking for here? I thought it was monthly data. I thought we should already have had it by now. I'm a little confused. My staff has been tracking it on a weekly basis. So I'm eager to understand.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to give you something in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, in all fairness, Councilmember, it is a brand-new method. And so even the stats that we're getting from the MTA are not exact. So I would think
issue
that you
that we
want
have-
exact stats, and that's what you're waiting on.
Right, well, yes, and we don't have it broken down in the CP zone specifically. So
But you have it broken down by,
citywide
but
and
you,
borough-wide.
you have nothing that's a smaller catchment area than borough-wide response times?
We don't break it down that way, but we will for you in the next few weeks. We're working on it now.
I think it's critically important in real time. The governor is talking to the president today in the Oval Office about this issue. And the issue is pending in the courts, and we have a lot of data points on how many people are going to the theater and how many pedestrians are out there and what congestion times are and all different kinds of things. But I think the emergency response time data will be very powerful for a lot of folks to understand whether this is something that's having a positive impact in saving lives. So we do appreciate whatever you can share as quickly as you can share it. And with that, I will shut up. Thank you very much for the latitude, Chair.
Thank you. Just want to ask you a couple, as long as we're talking about the federal government. So how much of the federal funding does the FDNY currently receive, and what percentage of the department's budget is reliant on these funds?
So the department receives about $113 million of federal funding. Much of that funding is World Trade Center related. And we rely on it. And it's important to us.
And have you received any guidance from federal agencies regarding any potential changes to that funding?
We only were impacted very quickly and momentarily in one research grant that was a part of the World Trade Center grant that compared cancer diagnosis from firefighters in New York City with diagnoses from firefighters in other major urban cities. And that grant, when we learned that it was being terminated, that's a grant that comes through Einstein. It's a medical grant, but we have the money. We worked together with our elected officials, and that was turned back on.
That's good to know. I want to go back to the wildfires, because they seem to have spiked. So do you have any factors that you think contributed to this severe increase in brush fires for the same period from 2023 to 24?
I mean, it was incredibly dry during that period of time. We did see some brush fires in some very unique locations, like right in the middle of Prospect Park. I was at that fire. We had a very significant brush fire in Inwood Park in northern Manhattan, where we had some very unique water problems. There are no hydrants right in the middle of these thick forests, if you will. In Inwood, we brought one of our large fire boats up the Hudson River and drafted water from the Hudson River into Inwood Park. It's pretty unique. I mean, we have the capability of doing that, but it was a challenge. I think that the most significant contributor to the brush fires was how dry it was for such a long period of time.
I agree. Okay, I now yield to Councilmember Marmorato.
All right, so just give me 1 second. Let me get my notes up here. So I just want to talk a little bit about the fire marshals. What's your operating budget for the fire marshals, and how many do you have?
So our budgeted headcount for fire marshals is 110, and we currently have 92. Our budgeted headcount for supervising fire marshals is 26, and we currently have 24. As the commissioner mentioned earlier, we do have approval to move forward with a fire marshal class. So we will be having a class shortly for at least 26 fire marshals, and we will be proceeding with promotions for 4 supervising fire marshals.
Do you have any issues with, like, recruitment?
No, I think we have a list. It's a promotional exam. We
Okay.
have a list, and we'll take people off of that list.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
We've been joined by Councilmember Nurse, and I don't believe she has a question at this time. If there are no other questions, then I just want to say, when you're in your talks, like, kind of think about beach units because, many of us have beaches in our district, and we really do need some EMS beach units down there because people can get a little silly during the summertime when they're at the beach and at the local restaurants and bars. So
Yeah,
there's a lot of injuries.
Thank you for that. And I met with the Parks Commissioner recently about our joint activities in the Rockaways specifically.
Okay. And just in closing, I would like to make a statement. I had many of these hearings before. And the fact that you came so prepared, but not just you brought a team that really had your back, that if you needed an answer, it was provided. And that's not what we see often. I'm seeing a lift in morale with the members of your department just in this room right now under your leadership. And what we heard from our members and from you is that we have a lot of needs because we have a lot of ideas that you have and your team has. You're thinking out of the box. You're doing a lot of critical thinking, and we need money for that. And that's why we have to take all things into consideration, and that's why I continue to implore the mayor to fund $1 billion to the fire department that would be shared with EMS so that you can get all these things done, because we're having more fires, not less fires. We're having more injuries, not less injuries. People are calling 911 for more things, not less things. We need to have a fleet that's up to date. We need to really grow with AI and all the different measures that you want to take place. And we can't do that with little drops of money here and drops of money there. You have been flatlined. Fire department has been flatlined for a lot of years. You didn't realize any pegs. And we were supposed to be very thankful for that. Well, no, we need money. We need money in order to get things done. And I think we need to now be compensated for all the years that we didn't get anything. And $1 billion is not a lot of money in the scheme of things when it's for a department that has been getting the job done. And that's probably the downfall and the reason why, because no matter what, you always got your job done. You made sure the person got to the hospital. You made sure the building was put out. You made sure that people were rescued. You did that with lack of resources and staffing. I don't want to hear that anymore from the administration. I know the administration is here, but I've spoken to the mayor directly about it. This is not, it's not out, any outside, inside baseball or speaking behind anyone's back. $1 billion is the ask from this committee, from this chair, for the FDNY so that they can do their job. Thank you, Commissioner Tucker, for all that you've done thus far. First Deputy Commissioner O'Gara, for always being on the other side of the phone when we call, and for going out into the field and making your firefighters feel that you have their backs. Thank you so much. We can now, you guys are dismissed. Thank you so much. We're going to do a 5-minute break, and then we'll have NYSEM come in. Good afternoon. We're now continuing with the Fire and Emergency Management budget hearing, and we are joined by Commissioner of NYSEM, Zach Iscol, First Deputy Commissioner Christina Farrell, and Chief Financial Officer Christopher Blanco. Now ask Committee Counsel to swear in the panel.
Thank you, Chair. Just raise your right hand and affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer honestly to council member questions, recognizing that you do affirm that. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Ariola and members of the City Council. I am Zach Iscol, Commissioner of the New York City Emergency Management Department. I am joined today by our First Deputy Commissioner, Christina Farrell, and our Chief Financial Officer, Christopher Blanco. New York City Emergency Management has a big mission. We lead the development of the city's emergency management plans and the coordination of multi-agency response to emergencies in New York City. We also educate the public about preparedness and advance long-term initiatives that reduce risk and increase the resiliency of New York City. Due to climate change, social and economic issues, international conflict, cyber threats, disease outbreaks, and aging infrastructure, new and worsening emergencies continue to threaten New York City. Bottom line, our job is to do everything we can to prevent emergencies, to ensure the city is prepared for them, to respond and manage them, and to then help the city, New Yorkers, businesses, communities, and neighborhoods recover as quickly as possible. Last year, NYSEM monitored 3,331 incidents from our Watch Command and responded to 786 planned events and no-notice emergencies across the city, deploying staff and equipment alongside our sister city, state, and federal agencies, and private and nonprofit sector partners. These included an extraordinary range of events and incidents. A 4.8 magnitude earthquake struck near New York City on April 5th, a global IT outage involving CrowdStrike software impacting city governments, companies, and organizations around the world in July, and the fall of 2024 drought brought us the driest spell in the city's recorded history. The drought led to unprecedented challenges, including a 2-week stretch between October and November in which the FDNY responded to 229 brush fires citywide, the highest amount in a 2-week period in New York City history. We activated and managed the city's emergency operations center 19 times for severe weather, flooding, and other disruptions around the city, allowing us to coordinate with partners to address critical issues and maintain essential services. We also continued supporting the city's asylum seeker response operations as they evolved to meet challenging needs throughout the year. The people and communities of New York City are at the heart of what we do. In 2024, we launched the city's first ever citywide multilingual mailer to every residential address in the city to encourage all New Yorkers to sign up for Notify NYC, the city's official source for free emergency alerts. We introduced new emergency messaging channels on WhatsApp, Threads, and Facebook. We strengthened partnerships with youth, seniors, elected officials, and hard-to-reach communities by attending community meetings, supporting local events, offering hundreds of training sessions and Ready New York presentations, and engaging with local and ethnic media outlets. And our Community Emergency Response Team program welcomed 79 new volunteers who now participate in community preparedness events and support first responders. It is also our privilege to support other jurisdictions recovering from emergencies. NYSEM manages New York Task Force 1, one of 28 task forces across the country that make up the FEMA National Urban Search and Rescue USAR response system. The task force is comprised of NYSEM, NYPD, and FDNY personnel who are fully trained and equipped to respond to natural, technological, and human-caused disasters. In 2024, New York Task Force 1 deployed to 2 incidents. In September, 46 people and 2 canines from New York Task Force 1 deployed to North Carolina following Hurricane Helene. The team conducted extensive searches of areas impacted by infrastructure collapse, downed trees, mudslides, and heavy flooding. In October, 81 personnel and 4 canines from New York Task Force 1 deployed to Orlando following Hurricane Milton. The team assisted searching for survivors in collapsed buildings, providing emergency medical care, and conducting water rescues. We are also innovators in leveraging the latest technologies to enhance emergency preparedness and response. In collaboration with the Drone Task Force, NISM deployed drones to monitor shark activity on city beaches during the summer, culminating in a new shark protocol. We initiated a pilot program to use robotic devices to inspect infrastructure in hazardous conditions, such as compromised buildings. NISM is also exploring how generative artificial intelligence tools can enhance preparedness, response, and recovery efforts. NISM continues to coordinate the city's recovery working group, which focuses on new priorities including heat resiliency strategies and temporary flood protection measures. In collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Housing Recovery Operations, NISM facilitated a post-disaster hurricane recovery focus group to identify strategies for rapid post-disaster housing support. NISM connects city partners to FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Funding, a critical federal grant program focused on risk reduction, and provides the technical assistance needed to successfully apply for these programs. This has resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars in grant awards to support projects that make our city better prepared for future disasters. And this is just a fraction of the work the New York City's emergency managers do. Before detailing our budget, I would be remiss if I did not discuss some of the macro issues facing emergency management at this time, particularly funding. Federal grants make up the majority of NISM's budget, with 66% of our agency's budgeted headcount supported by federal funds. Over the last 5 years, we have seen cuts to these federal grants nationally, while also facing reductions in city funds. With falling funding and growing costs due to inflation and other economic factors, emergency managers across the country are being asked to do more with less. I can't think of any more critical investment in safeguarding New Yorkers during times of emergency than in the people who manage those emergencies. NISM staff are undercompensated compared to peers at similarly sized city agencies. NISM staff are undercompensated compared to peers at similarly sized city agencies, and their compensation does not account for the dual roles our staff must fulfill. In addition to their day-to-day responsibilities, staff rotate on 24/7 on-call teams, where they are responsible for immediate coordination of a city's response to an incident. This involves significant off-hours, weekends, and holiday work that is currently not accounted for in staff salaries. Our team has developed a comprehensive salary restructuring and advancement policy over the last year to provide career pathways and ensure we retain and grow the experience needed within the ranks of New York City Emergency Management to prepare for, respond to, and recover from future emergencies facing New Yorkers. I also want to take a minute to address another issue of pressing concern: the impacts of cuts to federal spending and the federal workforce, especially at FEMA and other federal agencies we depend upon, should not be underestimated. Across the country, Emergency Management 101 is that the local jurisdiction, whether a small town or county, a large city like New York, or a state, is in charge of managing an incident. But once that emergency exceeds their capabilities, they are able to turn to the state and then the federal government for support. Federal agencies provide unique expertise and capabilities that support local preparedness, response, recovery, surveillance, and mitigations. Agencies like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, are an irreplaceable partner for weather forecasting. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which conducts national disease surveillance, and the Federal Communication Commission, which supports wireless emergency alerts, just to name a few. We will need to ensure that we properly prepare for and manage the consequences of emergencies in the absence of the fully capable federal agencies that have supported emergency management efforts over the past several decades. Historically, when an incident occurs that exceeds local or state resources, the federal government will involve all necessary department and agency capabilities and organize the federal response coordinated by FEMA. While all emergencies start and end at the local level, federal agencies play a dominant role in several disaster scenarios, including civil defense, nuclear accidents, extreme weather, disease outbreaks, bioterrorism, and counterterrorism. But we are in the midst of a period of major change for the U.S. emergency management system, and we must prepare for a world where we cannot depend on the historic structure of state and federal support that exists before, during, or after emergencies. And I want to be clear that this concern predates the current administration. Over the last few years, New York City and many other cities across the state and country had to manage one of the largest humanitarian crises largely on our own with little help from the federal government. So today, I'm announcing a 90-day process that NYSEN will commence immediately to assess our risk as we as a city can better understand what we will need to do to mitigate and prepare for this new context. NYSEN will use this process to outline solutions and propose novel approaches to grow our local emergency capacity. This will include working with regional partners, the private sector, and the state to fill gaps created by federal cuts to budgets, workforce, and the agencies we depend upon. We will proactively develop an emergency management system that will lead the city's efforts to be better prepared for the foreseeable and unknown threats that lie ahead. With that said, let me now provide a snapshot of our budget for the next fiscal year. Our projected total fiscal year 2026 city tax levy expense budget is $79 million. We rely on our city tax levy expense budget to support the agency's administrative, technological, and operational costs. The projected fiscal year 2026 city tax levy personnel services budget is $12.9 million, which supports the 82 personnel lines paid directly through our tax levy funds. This includes $1.2 million in funding for 16 staff members dedicated to working on increasing communication and services to people with disabilities, access, and functional needs. Our projected fiscal year 2026 other than personnel services budget is $66 million, which includes $44.5 million for the agency's asylum operations. The remaining $21.5 million covers all agency operating and administrative costs. This budget includes a significant portion of non-discretionary funding. These funds are designated to cover our warehouse lease, utilities, and telecommunication costs, including the maintenance and operations of our Emergency Operations Center and our backup facilities. This money also supports our fleet and all additional equipment, supplies, and material needed to run the agency. I would like to close by expressing my admiration for our dedicated emergency managers, who in addition to their day-to-day roles are also responsible for immediately coordinating the city's response to an incident. They accomplish both roles with exemplary professionalism and service to their city. I'm honored to lead this agency, and I know that the expert team at New York City Emergency Management will continue to set the model for what emergency management should be. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to working with the council, and we are happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Commissioner. And it is always a pleasure to see you and your Deputy Commissioner and your Chief Financial Officer. I just ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this time. Because you touched on the federal government, and we have a new administration. So, and I appreciate you saying that a lot of your cuts had come before this administration. What steps have NYSEN taken to prepare for the possibility of losing federal funds, and do you have alternative funding that you're seeking in the event?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So we have seen this reduction in federal funds over the last number of years, and Chris can talk a little bit more about it. But after 9/11, the federal government set up a program, the Urban Area Security Initiative, which is a grant program that is responsible for 2/3 of our federal of our agency's funding. That funding over the last number of years has been diluted as more and more jurisdictions tap into those federal funds. So this is not something that is new, although there are significant changes that possibly could be occurring with this new administration. They're looking at revamping FEMA, possibly doing away with FEMA. There are cuts being made to some of these agencies that we depend upon for disease surveillance, weather forecasting, communications. So one of the things that we're doing now is, as I mentioned in my testimony, we're launching a 90-day review starting today.
Excellent.
To look at how can the city, the region, our private sector, our partners with the state, the authorities, our sister agencies, how can we fill those gaps in this new normal to make sure that we're there for New Yorkers? So not the best answer for your question, other than say, would love to work with you over the next 90 days and certainly come back and brief you on those recommendations for what we can do going forward.
I think it's commendable that you even have that in place. I think that's great because we don't know what the future holds, but you're preparing for it. And that's good. And I always say that, you know, NYSEM is the little agency that has a really big job, and you do your job. So we really appreciate it. And you've been working outside of your general mission for a very long time, and you did an incredible job with that mission, and I'm glad to see that you're back to emergency preparedness and doing what the actual meaning for the NICEM is. So we've spoken about emergency shelters, we've spoken about evacuation, routes and things of that nature. And I just want to touch on because obviously my district the majority of it is an evacuation route, and a lot of the districts that were not normally throughout the city have now become evacuation routes. So what planning have you done for areas like that, where you'll need places for people to go for a short period of time before they can get back into their homes?
Yeah, so our most comprehensive plan that the city, we have hundreds of plans for the city, and one of the things that Christina just spearheaded is an amazing revamp of how we do all hazards management, so that we're not just prepared for events that we know are likely to occur, but also any type of hazard that could impact the city, even those that are unforeseen. Specifically as it relates to coastal storm evacuation and the underlying areas, there's been a lot of work that we as an agency in the city has done post-Hurricane Sandy to revamp our coastal storm plan, looking at our sheltering operations, making sure that they are accessible, and certainly revamping the way that we do the hurricane evacuation zones. And there's a lot of public communication that we do throughout the year, especially leading into hurricane season, to make sure that residents are aware of the zones, that they are tapped into the proper communication channels, and that we are working the timelines to make sure that we are safely able to evacuate those areas should the need arise.
Most of our questions were on like outreach and such, and you really answered it comprehensively in your testimony. And I was one of the people who received the notification via mail, to join, the X, NYC, Notify NYC, which I was already a member of. But so I think that a lot of the questions were answered in your testimony, and I really do appreciate that. Because public awareness is something that everyone always talks about. We don't have enough public awareness. But honestly, sometimes people, I can send out a notification, in various ways, and then people say, geez, I had no idea you were having that concert. Why didn't you tell me? So I get I understand your task at hand. In areas that are vulnerable to these types of flooding, like normally, we're not talking about flash flooding or anything, but what are specific steps that you're taking to assess and mitigate vulnerabilities in these areas, especially where there are subway systems or areas that are transit deserts? We have in my district right now, the A line to Rockaway is ended because they're redoing the tracks. So that leaves one less way to get off the peninsula. So transportation is a problem, and so I know you're aware of it, and I know that that you've thought about how we're getting everybody off the peninsula. So just if you could give us an overview of by the city, 5 boroughs, what do you have in plan to get people from an area that was flooded to a place that is safe?
Yeah. It's a great question, and I know you know this better than anybody. You and I can't count the number of times that
we've been up to our knees in water. I get it.
That's being generous, up to our waist in water together, canvassing, making sure residents are okay together more than a few times. So different parts of the city are susceptible to different types of flooding. The coastal areas of the Rockaways, in particular, parts of Staten Island, Lower Manhattan, Brooklyn, we are a coastal city. Those are susceptible to coastal storm flooding, right? That is water that comes into Jamaica Bay, into New York Harbor. We're pretty good at both forecasting and understanding where that water is going to go and what areas are susceptible to flooding. And we have some lead time in those cases to communicate to the public who live in those areas, to work with different organizations that serve in particular vulnerable populations, people with disabilities and functional needs, to be able to move them out, working with our partners at the MTA, working with different transportation groups that can support people with disabilities and functional needs in particular, and to give people the time they need to move those out of those areas and into our shelter systems. I think the bigger concern right now, or another concern, is the areas outside of the coastal storms that are susceptible to flooding due to rainfall.
Right.
That is much harder to predict. It is much harder to forecast. We might know that we're looking at moderate to extreme rainfall somewhere across the city, but knowing exactly where those storm cells are going to line up, if they're lining up over areas that are more susceptible or less susceptible to flooding, that is very, very difficult to forecast ahead of time. And generally, you may not even know that there is the concern of a flash flood until you're maybe a few hours away. And so one of the things that we're doing is really working very closely to educate the public, making sure that they know that when a watch is issued, that they need to start preparing to act. When a warning is issued, they need to act. Providing them in our communication, letting them know that there are places that they can go that are city-run, that are safe shelters, at least for temporary periods of times, if you live in a basement, below-grade apartment, someplace that is more vulnerable. But a lot of it in those cases is really around the public communication. I'd say, Christina, do you have anything that you'd want to add to that on the?
Yeah, I would just say, and I know that you're aware of this, but we also, after Hurricane Ida, set up a basement apartment notification group. And, you know, one thing as technology has evolved, Notify first came to be in 2009. You know, people have gotten away from phone calls, and they've gotten into texts and emails and, you know, notifications on social media. But for most people, that isn't going to wake you up in the middle of the night. That's not going to get your attention in the way that may be needed. So this basement group that we are, you know, working on in very specific districts, it's phone calls. So it can be a landline, it can be your cell phone, it can be however you would get a phone call, but that's a difference. So it will be intentionally disruptive to wake people up because, as Zach said, it could be a couple hours or, you know, it could be a lot quicker. But as we get into coastal storm season and, you know, looking at other heat season and things, we do continue to push and look at different ways to use Notify to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
And just one thing to add, I think, you know, as we're going into our coastal storm season prep, one of the issues that you just flagged in regards to the MTA and the subway shutdown out on the Rockaways, that is something that we'll be working very closely with to make sure that we have contingencies in place.
Right. Yes, definitely. And I know that this doesn't come under your purview, but in those coastal areas where seawalls are kind of falling apart and things like that, how does NISM coordinate with agencies like DEP and DOT and the DOB, especially now with the city of Yes, where there'll be more basement apartments that are, you know, utilized because they're in zones where it's legal, and ADUs where they're legal. You know, this just puts just another layer of what you need to know and how you need to mitigate and where you need to notify and or remove people for their safety.
So we do work with them in a couple of different ways. So number one is we manage the process to develop the city's hazard mitigation plan, which is a federal requirement to make us eligible to federal funding. That plan accounts for many of these different hazards that we need to deal with, and we also look at a lot of the data and look at what are some of the tools and things we can do to mitigate those types of hazards across the city. And that is updated very regularly. One of the things we're looking at putting into it, for example, is wildfires in the next edition of the hazard mitigation plan. I think in addition to that, our agency provides a lot of technical assistance to agencies in order to apply for federal grants and other types of funding specifically related to those types of issues. And so we not only do the risk analysis with the hazard mitigation plan, but then we work very, very closely with the agencies to make sure that they have the resources in order to actually address them properly.
Well, I'm actually glad to hear that you're getting involved in the wildfire issue because we saw some wildfires that we never did before, and we spoke about it with the last panel. And I think that FDNY could be helpful with their water trucks to get out there and kind of when the ground is as dry because we have a drought, just to temper down and water that area. You know, in the park, I have Forest Park in my district, and I know the Parks Department goes out there and you know, waters just the ground regularly so that there aren't any fires, you know. So Parks Department, it really is like it's almost every agency in the city that you're going to have to work with for these types of brush fires, and they're very dangerous. So I appreciate that you already have that in effect. And I don't, it's DEP, I understand that with the rain gardens and stuff like that, but do you have any input as to where they go, or where do you think they're needed? You have those conversations with DEP?
Yeah, we work very closely with DEP on that, as well as the Mayor's Office for Climate, Mayor's Office for Climate, MOCEJ.
Okay, great. I mean, I think you have answered all of my questions, and I don't see any other members here. So I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you for always being honest. Thank you for always being available. And from someone who comes from a flood zone, thank you for being on the ground with me. And you know, you have a great team in place. And now, oh, I do want to ask you this. Were you given, when you were doing the work, you know, with the intake centers, you had gotten more people, more lines of people for NISM, or you were working with the same budgeted lines?
We had, I think, one additional person who joined our team, but to be fair, we brought in a number of great contractors and consultants who were managing that process with us. So initially, and this is something that we sort of normally do as we're managing emergencies, is our team really in the early days was managing everything. And then over time, we displaced them with consultants and contractors that we managed, and they became a core part of our asylum seeker operations. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we were able to bring on one additional person, but we also, for our different units, anytime we have an emergency like that and something that goes over so long, we're able to work in a lot of our planning assumptions. So for example, we had only used our stockpile, our emergency supply stockpile before for hurricanes, but we started using it for the respite sites, for shelters, for other things. We also use a surge staffing model, so we had city staff that might have spoken specific languages, may have mental health training or other things that could come and work. So, you know, it's been 12 years since Hurricane Sandy, but over the last couple of years, one of the silver linings of all the work that we did with asylum seekers is that we got to rotate our stockpile, but also see how we could do resupply and everything in a very systematic way. We also worked through staffing challenges. We got some language capability that we didn't have before. So right now, as we sunset our asylum seeker operations, we are looking at what we learned, like Zach said, the different ways that we brought in contractors. So, you know, if the next big event is a hurricane or a citywide blackout or something else that he talked about in his testimony, we can use these lessons learned from the last 2 years in asylum seekers.
Okay, and is there, in this fiscal year, what would you say is your projected budgetary ask?
Specifically related to asylum seekers or overall?
No, for your,
overall. Chris,
yeah.
do you want to go into the numbers for our asks here?
Sure. So I can give you an overview of some of our primary requests for new needs.
Good.
All of these are really related to structural underfunding, and so I'll break it down by PS, OT, PS, and capital needs. So as alluded to in the Commissioner's testimony, most of our needs are PS related. Obviously, we've gone through several rounds of PEGs, as all agencies have, due to the asylum seekers' impact on the budget and other economic factors. So I think number one, we're requesting $2.9 million in the baseline to fund the reduction in to offset the federal reduction in funding. As we discussed, over the last 5 years, we've seen about a 20% reduction in the overall allocation of Homeland Security funding to the City of New York. NISM has seen a much smaller reduction, but as a result, we're scheduled to lose 10 heads beginning next fiscal year, and looking to hope to sort of make that restored in the baseline. Additionally, we're requesting an additional $1.9 million in the baseline related to shifting additional heads off of the volatile federal grants, given just the bigger picture discussions around federal funding. Also, as mentioned in the testimony, we're looking at $1.5 million in the baseline tied to a reformulated agency salary restructure, just to bring our staff in line with other with other city agencies and ensure parity across the city, as well as create more career pathways for folks, since we're a non-union agency. And then also looking just at a $3.3 million overall structural deficit. And this is due, again, to various pegs that have happened over the years. And essentially what that means is we don't have enough funding to hire up to our budgeted headcount. So this funding would restore that to allow us to get to the full levels of staffing that we have in the budget.
What is your full budgeted headcount?
We have 242 heads across the entire agency. As we mentioned, 160 of those are grant funded, so math on that is about 82 city funds.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And then just OTPS quickly, 477,000 for critical software and license needs across the city, $300,000 for vehicle maintenance. Our entire vehicle budget and equipment maintenance budget was zeroed out through previous pegs, and we've been self-funding that with surpluses elsewhere. And then finally, on the capital side, we put in a $9.1 million request to upgrade our radio systems, just due to sort of outdated nature of things and having to upgrade those systems to be in line with NYPD's new requirements around encryption. We've gotten verbal commitment from OMB on that one, so we're currently working through with DCAS, who funds our capital projects. And then finally, a $2 million ask to build out the Queens Borough office. We received approximately $1 million grant from Congressman Swazi to build a site in Fort Totten Park in Queens.
Oh, nice. Great. Okay, anything that you need from us, from me, to be helpful to get those asks realized, please don't hesitate to loop us in.
We will for sure, and I think that the one sort of thing I would underline is that our you know, and I've said this in my testimony, but the people who work at our agency are our most important investment. And I think, as Chris just said, you know, we are not unionized, and we are not. We don't have many civil service at our agency. And I think what that means is that when you are thinking about coming to emergency management for a career, unlike agencies, also just because of the diversity of jobs that our people fill. We're a small agency, as you said, we're the little engine that could. Yeah. But when you think about career pathways, it's really, really important for us that the people that we have at this agency know what a career looks like in emergency management, because that you don't want to lose that experience. You want to see people grow. You want to see them flourish. And I think that ensures that we have a really strong foundation. It's something that Christina and I think about all the time. We have a bias for promoting internally and filling more senior positions. Right now, 100% of our executive staff positions are filled, which is fantastic. But I think in some of those budget lines where we're really looking to help improve salary equity with our sister agencies and ensuring that there are real career pathways for folks at emergency management, I think that is probably the greatest investment that this city could make in emergency management.
I couldn't agree more. I thank you so much for your testimony, and I don't want to see a big flood come, but come on out to the district anytime.
The best part of it is I know I'm going to see you out there.
You know it.
I know I will see you out there.
Thanks so much for coming. I appreciate it. Just going to pause for 3 to 5 minutes. I'd just like to make an announcement. Although our public testimony is not supposed to begin until 2:30, because the hearing ended sooner and you are here and present, I don't want to have you have a misuse of your time. Therefore, we will take public testimony now for the people who are present and then take a break to the people who are joining at 2:30. So I just need to read. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. At the witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the sergeants at arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the sergeants at arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, the budget for the fire department and for New York City Emergency Management. If you have written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. And I will now read the names of the people who are in the first panel. Sharon Brown. Hear this one?
You know, these are all people who've signed up if they're, just read them all.
Christopher Leon Johnson. Sakina Trice. Michael J. Northmore. Nancy Carbone. Michael Tracy. Although they may not be in the room right now, they will be given a chance to testify at 2:30 if they return. So please, we'd love to hear your testimony.
Hello, my name is Sharon. Before I begin, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel. And happy Purim to everyone who's Jewish. It's paramount to have funding for the FDNY and the EMS in excess of $1 billion. For both, $1 billion is not enough. Since it's a combined unit, EMS and separately FDNY combined, previously, the police officers, they were going to get $1 billion. So if you have two agencies, FDNY and EMS, $1 billion would not be enough for two agencies, and getting new vehicles and different things like that, that's not going to make it $1 billion. They must prepare for terror attacks, major, and they also, we don't expect it, but we have to prepare for it. And they must expect minor terror incursions also. So they need funding in excess of $1 billion. The man cover situation and fire cannot happen. We need training for disaster situations above the norm. So we see things like the man cover situation, and we know Con Ed needs to coordinate with the FDNY EMS and also with NYPD, and they need to check on every man cover hole within and without to find out what's going on under there. They need to also check balconies, the infrastructure, roads and bridges. Balconies, over the past couple of decades, they have been coming loose and things like that. So the infrastructures and things, roads and bridges needs to be checked on. Emergency management funding has to exceed what EMS and FDNY and NYPD get.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Sakina Trice. I am a senior staff attorney with the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today on behalf of NOPI, NOPE is deeply concerned about the city's practices relating to the involuntary removal of individuals perceived to have mental illness diagnosis for psychiatric evaluation. Additionally, NOPE urges the City Council to mandate significant changes into the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division program, as it is a deeply flawed pilot which merely purports to be a non-police response to people experiencing mental health crisis, but in fact it is a part of the long tradition of policing, criminalizing, and under and misserving people with mental disabilities. Funding, Be Heard, in its current guise diverts money from what we need, a true non-police crisis response system that dispatches a team of peers. There must be changes to Be Heard, and those changes include using emergency medical technicians who are not city employees, 24/7 operating hours, calls routed through 988, and above all, Be Heard must prioritize the self-determination of people with mental disabilities. People in crisis are calling for help and being met by police and EMTs who send them to the hospital without asking questions or providing on-site treatment, and they send them to the hospital against their will. New York City must create and invest in a mental health care system that offers truly voluntary services that are community-based and evidence-based and culturally competent. There is no hard evidence that shows that involuntary commitment is more effective than voluntary treatment, so we must invest in voluntary services to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gorman.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Gorman, and I'm the son of a retired FDNY captain. I'm also proud to work for Friends of Firefighters, an organization founded with the mission of supporting New York City's bravest. In the aftermath of 9/11, our founder, Nancy Carbone, established this organization upon witnessing firsthand the immense emotional and mental toll of our city firefighters. Since then, we've remained steadfast in our mission, providing free, independent, and culturally competent mental health support to active and retired FDNY firefighters and their families. New York City firefighters confront some of the most harrowing emergencies, facing trauma and life-threatening conditions daily. A recent survey conducted by SUNY New Paltz revealed that more than 68% of first responders have experienced stress, while 53% reported that they have experienced symptoms of depression. Burnout and anxiety, among other mental health challenges identified by the respondents, and 38% reported to have symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Sadly, the suicide rate amongst firefighters is higher than that of the rate of the general public. 80% of respondents said that the stigma associated with mental health is an obstacle to seeking assistance. Culturally competent mental health resources remain scarce, and traditional employee assistance programs often fail to meet the first responders' unique needs. Counseling is the foundation of our work, providing firefighters and their families with critical, confidential support free of charge. Because we do not accept insurance, our clients face no session on caps, no limitations on frequency, and no restrictions on session lengths, ensuring they receive the care that they need when they need it and however they want it. Our clinicians at Friends of Firefighters are seasoned therapists with diverse backgrounds, all of whom have a deep understanding of the firefighter community and its values. They employ a variety of evidence-based approaches and tailored methods that allow us to address a broad spectrum of firefighting-specific mental health challenges. Today, I'm here because we're at a critical point. The demand for our services has surged, nearly tripling since 2018. Last year alone, we provided nearly 4,500 counseling sessions, yet our fundraising efforts have not kept pace. Friends of Firefighters expects $633,000 to cover the costs necessary to deliver direct services and conduct critical outreach to New York City firefighters and their families. Thank you to the Chair for your continued and unwavering support, and thank you to the committee for their consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. On Zoom, I'd like to call upon Tyler Weaver.
Starting time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tyler Weaver. Before I begin, I'd just like to quickly thank Committee Chair Joanne Ariola, her staff, and the other committee members for the attention they bring to FDNY issues that are of importance to everyone in New York City. I also want to acknowledge the very hard work that the firefighters and EMS personnel perform every day to keep the city safe. When it comes to the 2026 budget, I believe some additional funding is going to be required to address the issue of the high response times for EMS. As the committee members already know, these long response times impacted my family in December 2023 when our son Nicholas suffered a cardiac arrest in the Bronx and waited 19 minutes for an ambulance. While that event is just a single data point, New York City's Local Law 119 official data on emergency responses show that advanced life support ambulances in the Bronx every month since the end of 2023 are taking more than 10 minutes to arrive 75% of the time. If you do the math, with about 48,000 ALS calls per year in the Bronx, this means approximately 36,000 people in the Bronx each year are being forced to wait long times for the highest level of EMS care, which are the advanced life support units. As the committee report for today's meeting indicates, EMS faces major issues with staffing, and this issue has been ongoing for years. When you dig into the reasons why staffing is a problem, the same answer keeps popping up, namely that EMS personnel in New York City are underpaid and that this causes high turnover and difficulty in attracting and keeping the proper amount of people needed to staff units at the correct level. When one considers that an even higher number of EMS staff and ambulances would actually be needed to start bringing down the high response times, it ought to be clear that EMS funding and resourcing needs to be higher than the preliminary budget proposes. Previous year's mayor's management reports indicated that in the past, 25% of cardiac arrests were able to be taken to the hospital with the return of their heart.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Weaver. So I don't know if you were watching the hearing, but I did bring up, and again, I want to give you my deepest condolences. Your son as a you know, an example, a poor example of what's happening. And I think that your insight into what needed to be changed, and talking about pay parity and the amount of vehicles that we have, and the fact that vehicles go out of, ambulances are out of service and because they're at a fire and they can't go to, a few blocks away just to address someone who is critically, acutely sick. And so we're addressing all those things. So I'd like to hear what more you have to say.
Okay, Yanko, yeah, I almost was able to complete what I wanted to say here. Thank you. What I was going to just say that is that in the past, the mayor's management report was showing that 25% of cardiac arrests were able to be taken to the hospital with their, pulse returned. But that number now has been lower at 20%. And if you do the math of 25,000 cardiac arrests per year in New York City, this 5% increase in poor outcomes, equals out to about 1,200 more people who maybe, just maybe, might have survived in the past when response times were better. And in closing, I just basically call on the city to do even better and increase EMS funding to the level actually required to enable them to be staffed and resourced to allow EMS to arrive in a timely manner at all life-threatening incidences, especially cardiac arrests. Thank you.
I think we
are. Additional questions, please let me know.
No, I just want to say that I think that we were all on the same page with everything that you said, but we just have to make it happen. We keep saying we need all the things that you're talking about, but we've not put them into effect. And I believe under this commissioner, we will put them into effect. So thank you for your testimony.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I just want to say I was very encouraged to hear the words from Commissioner Tucker earlier. It's great to see that people are verbalizing that they know about the issue and that they want to solve it. And that's very encouraging to me as a parent of someone who lost somebody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
There you go. Hello, my name is Christopher. Can you hear me?
Yes, Christopher, I hear you.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm testifying virtually. I'm in Nigeria House. I'm at an event for the UN, CSW 69, so I couldn't be in person. But I want to make sure that I made this clear to people about this committee that we need proper e-bike regulations in the city. I'm going to show you right now. I'm in front of a bike lane, and it's ridiculous. We need proper e-bike regulation in the city of New York. Look at this, guys. Look at this. You got a deliverista with no helmet, and look at the bike. It's crazy. I'm on 44th Street. We need real regulations in the city of New York. We need it past Intro 606 because it'll prevent stuff like this from happening. Look at the e-bike. That's like a time bomb. They need to stop. We need Intro 606. At the same time, since the Worker Justice Project gets a lot of money from the government, from discretionary funding, why hasn't the OEM commissioner, Zach Iscol, and the fire commissioner, Mr. Robert Tucker, haven't had a meeting with Los Nisos? Why you haven't had one? Look at this. This is crazy. Like the city council need to really help pass Intro 606. At the same time, Worker Justice Project look at this. Worker Justice Project needs to crack down. Like, look at this. This is crazy, guys. Like, the Worker Justice Project needs to start cracking down and really start holding their own people accountable for this stuff happening in the street.
Christopher?
Around here on 44th Street. Yeah.
I appreciate all that you're showing us, I really do, but is there anything
Yeah, no, I'm sorry,
specific? No, it's okay. Is there anything specific to the fire department or NISM that you want to talk about? I mean, I appreciate your input.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. So
Don't be
the fire
sorry.
department need to sit. The fire department need to. Sorry about that. The fire department need to sit down with the Worker Justice Project. The OEM, Office of Emergency Manager, need to sit down.
Your time has expired.
Worker Justice Project. And one more thing is that keep their funding. Don't defund them. And please watch Adrienne Adams because she might retaliate against them for backing up Brad.
Thank you
Lander
so
for
much,
mayor.
Christopher. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Those are the only members of the public right now who are here to testify, both in person and on Zoom. So we will take a break and resume at 2:30 to hear anyone else who had registered for that session. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We are still part of the public testimony portion of the Committee for Fire and Emergency Management, the budgetary hearing, and seeing no one has signed in on Zoom or is here in person, I'm noting that we are going to end the meeting. If you have any testimony, you can still submit it up to 72 hours. Thank you.